Chapter 109. Logically speaking, it was the most profitable way to raise a fish. A young fish cost $1.15. After 2 years, the cost of a fish was about $50. If it grew to 15 kilograms, it would cost $30 per kilogram, which would be $450 per fish. It seemed like a ninefold increase, but one fish could earn $400. 100 fish was $40,000, and 1,000,000 fish was $400 million. But to raise 1,000,000 fish, based on the survival rate, one would have to buy 3 million fish seedlings. The cost of a seedling was $50, so in total, it would be $150 million. Someone said that it was still very profitable. What if it was $250 million? But it had to be understood that there might be natural or man-made disasters. For example, what if there was a tsunami? Boston was so prone to typhoons. If there was a tsunami, an earthquake, or an oil pipeline in the Pacific Ocean that happened to blow up and hit Jianghai's fish farm, the American government would compensate a part of it, but that was only a part. In the end, Jianghai would still lose everything. This was also why most fishermen in North America were willing to raise cod and herring, even though they knew that raising these expensive fish could make money. At least those things were guaranteed. Even if they were to fail this year, there would still be subsidies from the American government, so they would not lose too much. Therefore, people who were willing to take the risk to raise these kinds of fish were also rare in the United States. Basically, if they wanted to raise these kinds of fish, they would only raise them in a small area. No one was willing to raise them in a large area. As for the rest of the bream, I won't recommend them to you because these fish are solitary and it's not easy for you to catch them. Finally, this is the American redfish. This fish has just become popular in recent years, and I heard that it's very popular in China. The price per kilogram of adult fish is about $12, but the price for juvenile fish is 20 cents, which is about the same as codfish, but much more expensive than codfish. It's also easier to raise and grows faster. The biggest fish can grow up to 3 kilograms in a year, and the smallest fish can grow up to more than 1 kilogram. The only troublesome thing is that they eat a lot and are prone to diseases, so they have a high demand for seawater. After introducing the grouper and anchovy, Iron Bull focused on introducing this kind of fish to Jianghai. This kind of fish was also farmed in China. Therefore, Jianghai had some understanding of this fish. Its appearance was similar to yellow croakers, and its taste was similar. After all, they were the same genus, the grouper family. They were considered distant relatives. In the United States and Mexico, this kind of fish was the favorite fish of sea fishermen. It tasted good and was not too fishy, but it was rich in nutrients. It was a very good fish. Recently, this kind of fish was popular in China. Therefore, in the United States, this kind of fish did not have to worry about sales. Most importantly, this kind of fish was easier to raise, and the seedlings were cheap. If there was no problem with the water in the fish farm and they did not get sick, the cost of raising a fish was about $2. 1 kilogram was $12. According to raising it for a year, an average of 2 kilograms will be $24. One fish could earn $22. 1 million fish would be $22 million. The survival rate was much higher than the grouper. This kind of fish liked to eat its own kind. This kind of fish did not have such a habit. As long as there was enough food, there would not be a big problem. So when Jianghai heard this, he was also a little biased towards this kind of fish. Can you raise it together? But it was just a suggestion. Jianghai hesitated for a moment and asked him. Hearing Jianghai's words, Iron Bull couldn't help but be stunned. Raise it together? Boss, have you really decided? Getting in the car, AI Dahua looked at Jianghai and couldn't help but ask hesitantly. Yes, it's decided so happily. Hearing AI Dahua's words, Jianghai also smiled and said to him, Well, you're the boss. I've never raised a fish like this before. With a helpless sigh, AI Dahua said inexplicably, because in the end, Jianghai still decided to raise them together. He wanted to raise 3 million American redfish, 200,000 grouper, and 200,000 giant grouper, and finally add 50,000 salmon. In addition to these things, he also raised other things, such as king crab. This kind of seedling is sold by the ton, $500,000 per ton. Well, Jianghai bought a ton of them, $300,000 per ton. Maine lobster is the cheapest, $20,000 per ton. Jiang Hai bought 10 tons at one time and prepared to throw them into his ocean together with Hai Yu. Fortunately, his fishery was big enough. Otherwise, these things alone would be enough to make the fishery a mess. Jiang Hai didn't want to waste any more time. Instead, he bought 10 tons of them. Just the money for these seedlings added up to a very considerable income. The American king snapper was 20 cents per fish, so 3 million fish would be $600,000. The grouper was $1 per fish, so a total of 200,000 fish would be $200,000. The anaconda was $1 per fish, so a total of $230,000 would be $200,000. The anaconda was 15 cents per fish, so a total of $230,000 would be $230,000. The king crab was $5 per fish, so 50,000 fish would be $250,000 per fish. Adding the king crabs, $500,000, the spotted shrimps, $300,000, and the Maine lobsters, $200,000. With just a wave of Jiang Hai's hand, he spent $28 million on these seedlings alone. Someone said, didn't they say to build an ecological environment first, and then buy fish? Such a large-scale purchase of seedlings. Of course, it is impossible that there is no time to prepare. Originally, according to Iron Bull, Jiang Hai will give him a deposit first, and then he will prepare the seedlings. However, Jiang Hai was too lazy to talk nonsense. Since AI Dahua said that this person is trustworthy, Jiang Hai directly signed the contract, and then Jiang Hai transferred all the money. Faced with Jiang Hai's tycoon style, Iron Bull was about to go crazy with joy. He had never met such a big customer before. With this deal, apart from the transportation, labor, and the original cost of the seedlings, he can earn at least 300,000 renminbi. This income of 300,000 renminbi is equivalent to several years of selling seedlings. Thinking of this, it would be strange if he was not happy. He immediately patted his chest and promised Jiang Hai that he will bring the best seedlings to Jiang Hai. At the same time, he will give Jiang Hai a ton of lobsters, a ton of bamboo prawns, a ton of top-grade Australian abalone, and 2 tons of Ghidorah oysters for free. According to Jiang Hai's calculation, these things added up to almost 100,000 renminbi. Finally, he will give him 5 tons of Arctic sweet prawns. Jiang Hai has to admit that Jiang Hai is very good at doing business. Just these things made Jiang Hai very happy. If he works harder, Jiang Hai will definitely buy from him in the future. This is because Jiang Hai will not only buy seedlings for a year, he does not plan to cultivate seedlings himself. If he wants to catch a big customer like himself, working hard is the only way out. However, after spending the money, Jiang Hai realized that the real money has not been spent yet. Because they bought too many fish, prawns, and crabs, Jiang Hai's fish farm's original need for food has increased rapidly. With the increase in food, the amount of food, water, and plants also increased rapidly. According to AI Dahua's calculation, the amount of seaweed seeds was also increasing. Originally, he only needed about 100,000 renminbi of seeds, but now it seems that he has to increase it to 300,000 renminbi. Iron Bull was also in charge of contacting the sea bath company, but the matters of the phone call discussion were left to AI Dahua and Jiang Hai. When the person on the other side heard that it was a big deal worth 300,000 renminbi, he immediately drove over without hesitation. After the contract was signed, the balance of the 300,000 renminbi of seaweed seeds was paid. The person on the other side of the line laughed like crazy. He said that he would immediately go back and arrange a plane to plant the seeds. Within 3 days, he would help Jiang Hai finish planting them. In addition to the sea bath company and the seaweed, Jiang Hai also needed to buy expensive fish, prawns, crabs, and other things to eat. In other words, cuttlefish, mullet, and all kinds of shellfish, which lived at the bottom of the marine food chain. According to AI Dahua's calculation, it would cost about 2 million renminbi to buy them. And this was only the first batch, because these guys were just food. When the little guys in the fish farm grew up, they would naturally have to be fed. According to AI Dahua, they could put in some bait and so on, which would save a lot of money. However, After some consideration, Zhang Hai felt that it would be better to let the fish hunt for food on their own. After all, Zhang Hai didn't want to feed the fish when they were in a wild state. However, according to what Zhang Hai said, AI did some research and found that he needed to put in some fish every 3 months, which was a quarter. The first batch cost 2 million renminbi, and the subsequent batches were about the same. Although the fish were growing up, they were also dying. Therefore, the amount of fish food he put in did not fluctuate too much. Even so, Zhang Hai needed to invest 13 million renminbi in fish food for a year, plus the 3 million renminbi he spent today. It would be 16 million renminbi. This did not include the cost of the boats, the cost of oil, and the tax of the sea farm. If all of these were added together, it would be estimated to be 24 million renminbi. Thinking of this number, Edward Anderson was forced to be serious. According to the standard of 60% of the American redfish, 3 million fish would be 8 million mature fish. If the weather was good and there were no disasters or diseases, it would be 18 million renminbi. If he could only earn 10 renminbi per fish, that would be a loss of 6 million renminbi. In other words, he had to earn more than 15 renminbi per fish to be able to recoup his investment. However, he also had to take into account the tax. Although he would receive subsidies later on to make up for most of the loss, he would still have to pay for it in the early stages. If it was not like what Iron Bull said, where he could earn 20 renminbi per fish when they were in their best condition, he might not be able to recoup his investment even after a year of good weather. Thinking of this, he could not help but shudder. No, I have to find a way to get the boss to recoup some money first. Otherwise, when the time comes, it will be really troublesome. AI Dahua looked at the heartless Zhang Hai beside him and whispered in his heart, "Boss, let's go fishing tomorrow." In the end, as if he had made up his mind about something, Edward Anderson turned his head and looked at Zhang Hai beside him. Hearing this, Zhang Hai could not help but be stunned. Fishing? Okay. Looking at AI Dahua's serious face, Zhang Hai's eyes began to shine. Fishing seems like a good idea. Today's second update, continuously delivered. Recently, I've been looking at the crown princess. She seems to be poisoned. F***CK, I'm not that gay. Ahem. Okay, the female lead is indeed quite beautiful. Chapter 110. Boss, you can't always rely on me. If you really want to develop the ocean, then it's time to recruit people. Standing on Zhang Hai's specially installed fishing boat, Philip said to Zhang Hai with a depressed face. His real identity is a cowboy, but he is always called a crew member by Zhang Hai. This is not a good thing because he hates the sea. Well, I know. I'm in a hurry today. I'll go recruit in 2 days. While fixing the fishing net according to Edward Anderson's instructions, Zhang Hai smiled and said to Philip, who was complaining, "Let's hope so," Philip said helplessly as he patted his forehead. Originally, according to Edward Anderson's calculation, Zhang Hai shouldn't spend too much money to buy fish seedlings. After all, he only planned to buy codfish at first. Later, when Zhang Hai said that he wanted to raise valuable fish, he naively thought that he was going to raise American redfish. But who knew that after he went there, Zhang Hai's extravagant character instantly occupied the main position. In addition to raising American redfish, he also raised grouper, longzhu, and 4-year-old salmon. If it's just these, then it's fine, but what the hell is that king crab and spotted shrimp? And lobsters? Thinking of this, Edward Anderson's heart faintly ached. If the fish he raised this time really lost all his money, then Zhang Hai would be in trouble. Fortunately, there were a lot of fish in the original fishery. According to Edward Anderson's research, if all the fish and shrimps in the fishery were caught, it would be about $8 million. Of course, Zhang Hai wouldn't really let him catch all of them. Maintaining the marine ecosystem didn't just rely on the fish raised by Zhang Hai. However, catching some to subsidize the family was indispensable. At the same time, catching fish like this also left room for new fish seedlings to survive. After all, after 10 years of development, the fish in Zhang Hai's fishery was almost full. If he didn't catch some, when it was time to put in the aquatic plants and fish seedlings, those things wouldn't be enough for the playthings underwater. Therefore, after buying the fish seedlings and aquatic plants yesterday, Jiang Hai went home and prepared for the night. The next morning, Ai Dahua took him and Philemon, who was forcibly taken from the cowshed by Ai Dahua, out to sea on a fishing boat. Ai Dahua was indeed a top fisherman. The fishing boat he assembled wasn't small, and it was very good. Although it wasn't big, it ran fast on the sea and didn't sway. Jiang Hai liked it very much. At the same time, the most important thing was that there were many rooms here, and the decorations inside were very good. It could be foreseen that even if they went out to sea to fish in the future, it wouldn't be too difficult. At this time, although the 3 people on the boat were on the same boat, their moods were different. Jiang Hai was excited because this was the first time he went out to sea to fish. The last time he came to look for fish, it couldn't be counted as fishing. Ai Dahua was a little anxious. He was eager to earn back the first sum of money for his boss. As for Philemon, well, he didn't have any other thoughts besides muttering there. Bang! However, just as Philip was happily muttering to himself, there was a sudden explosion. On the calm sea surface, a huge figure suddenly appeared. The sea water instantly collapsed onto the boat, drenching Jiang Hai and Philip. Fortunately, the 2 of them had already changed into waterproof fishermen's clothes. Otherwise, they would have been drenched like a drowned rat. Shark, shark! The explosion here attracted the attention of Jiang Hai and Philemon. In Philemon's eyes, a huge shark directly jumped out of the water, jumped straight to the sea surface, and then fell heavily into the water. Then it swam towards the side of the fishing boat while wagging its tail. This shark seemed to be about 4 meters long. Of course, compared to the fishing boat, which was dozens of meters long, it was still small. But compared to humans, it was already twice as tall. Seeing the shark swimming close to the fishing boat, Philemon couldn't help but frown. For fishermen, having a shark following them wasn't good news, because sharks were also hunting fish. If his fishing boat put a net here, then the shark might eat some of the fish. Of course, it would be fine if it only ate some of the fish. The most frightening thing was that the shark would break through the school of fish. At that time, they wouldn't be able to catch any fish, which would affect the harvest. At the same time, the fishing net might also entangle the shark. If it was an ordinary reef shark, they might not care too much, but such a big shark could easily break the fishing net. One must know that a cheap fishing net would cost tens of thousands of dollars, and the expensive ones would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Therefore, for regular fishermen, sharks, especially large sharks, were not a good thing. Of course, catching sharks in the open sea and getting shark fins was another matter. It's okay. Don't you recognize it? It's the shark-tiger shark that I raised. However, compared to Philemon's surprise, Jiang Hai was a lot calmer. Lying on the boat's bow and looking at the shark swimming below, Jiang Hai recognized it at a glance. It was the shark that he raised. He hadn't seen it for a while, and it seemed to have grown up in the sea. The effect of Jiang Hai's dragon blood wasn't ordinary. It was precisely because of the dragon blood that this shark sensed Jiang Hai's position as soon as Jiang Hai entered the sea. It quickly swam over, just like a kitten or a puppy, playing there. Seeing the shark's appearance, Jiang Hai couldn't help but walk to the boat's bow and pat the shark's head. Seeing Jiang Hai's action, Philemon was stunned. He had heard of raising dolphins and orcas, but what the hell was raising sharks? One must know that sharks were very stupid. They were cold-blooded and didn't recognize people. They didn't have domesticated DNA stored in their bodies. Therefore, almost no one raised them. Even if someone raised them, it would be impossible to pat their head. Originally, Philemon wanted to remind Jiang Hai. But when he saw the shark turn over in front of Jiang Hai, he became confused. F***CK, is this a shark or a dog? Don't you know that you can't feel anything when you turn over? Although it felt strange, even if the shark was stupid, at least it showed that it wasn't hostile to Jiang Hai. And Jiang Hai didn't let it turn over for too long and directly turned it back. Go under the sea and drive some fish into our fishing net. Patting the sand tiger shark's head, Jiang Hai said with a smile. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, the sand tiger shark shook its head and then drilled into the water, disappearing. Boss, you don't really think that it will help drive the fish away, do you? Obviously, Philemon also heard what Jiang Hai said to the sand tiger shark. When Jiang Hai returned to the deck, Philemon couldn't help but laugh. Who knows? Jiang Hai shrugged. He couldn't really say that he had the ability to communicate with animals. Of course, it was with animals that had absorbed his blood. In this way, the fishing boat sailed for about 5 minutes before AI Dehua's voice came from the cabin. Release the net. Hearing AI Dehua's voice, Philemon immediately controlled the machine and released the fishing net from the back into the water. Fishing nets were used for different purposes, so naturally, they were made of different materials. In terms of usage, fishing nets can be divided into gill net, trawl net, purse seine net, net building net, and net spreading net. Different uses naturally lead to different materials. For example, the trawl net used by Jiang Hai was made of steel wire, nylon rope, and glass steel wire. Although the weight was reduced because of the addition of fiberglass, this net was still calculated by tons. This was not something that can be handled by human strength. Therefore, it must be controlled by a machine. There were 2 devices to control this machine. One was in the control room, which could be directly controlled from the control room, and the other was on the deck. Although Philip didn't know much about sailing, he was still very familiar with the operation of the net. With his skills, it didn't take long for the net to spread out behind Jiang Hai's fishing boat. Not long after the net spread out, Jiang Hai felt that the speed of the fishing boat suddenly decreased a bit. In the gaps of the net, Jiang Hai could see some fish jumping out of the water. Boss, I have to admit that you have a lot of fish in your fishery. Although the net hadn't been released yet, Philemon could see it clearly. Jiang Hai did have a lot of fish. He originally thought that AI Dehua was just joking when he said that there were tens of millions of fish here. But he didn't expect that this estimate was still conservative. Hearing Philip's words, Jiang Hai also smiled happily. He was lying on the boat's bow, looking at the fish net below. What's caught here weren't fish, but green franklins. After about an hour, Edward Anderson's voice came from the deck again, asking Jiang Hai and Philemon to pull up the net. Philemon didn't say anything and immediately went to operate the machine. As the ship slowed down, the net was gradually lifted out of the water by Philemon. Jiang Hai's net was a large one, and the gap between the net was 15 centimeters. In other words, almost all the fish below 30 centimeters would escape through the gap. But when the net was lifted, Jiang Hai couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh," because the tightened net in front of him was like a huge ball. The fish were squeezed into the middle of the net, which had a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. Jiang Hai really didn't catch fish, but franklins. I'm here to recommend it. I'll push it to the shelves next week. Please support and collect it. It's my first time writing a farming story, so I'm very nervous. Chapter 111. 11.5 tons. That's about 30,000 fish. And this is just the fish from the upper level. If we catch more fish from the lower level, there should be more. Looking at the numbers displayed on the hydraulic screen, Philip couldn't help but smile. Then he controlled the robot arm to pull the fishing net into the empty fish pond. But at this time, there was no water in the pond. This was because the fish needed to be sorted. Some of the fish were very valuable, while some weren't. Naturally, their fates were different. After Philip put the 11 tons of fish into the pond, AI Dehua came out of the cockpit and followed Jiang Hai and Philip into the fish pond. Now they needed to sort out the fish, put some valuable fish into the pool next to them, and throw away or kill some inedible things, such as water plants, jellyfish, sea snakes, and so on, which they had caught. Then they need to release some things back into the sea, such as turtles, sharks, seals, sea lions, fur seals, dolphins, and so on. These creatures, other than those who were targeted and killed by crazy people, were basically not targeted by ordinary fishing boats. According to Philemon, they wouldn't catch too many strange things in the upper layer of the fish. Sure enough, after the net was opened, in addition to aquatic plants, most of the fish were fish. There were all kinds of fish. The most conspicuous ones were a few huge red fish. These fish had sharp spikes on their bodies, making them look very scary. When AI Dehua and Philip saw these fish, they immediately ran over and grabbed them by the gills before throwing them into the pond. What kind of fish are these? They look very festive. Jiang Hai then joined them. Holding a fish, Jiang Hai asked Philip. He was indeed very curious. This is the vermilion sebaste, a very valuable fish that can grow up to 1 meter. It originally lived in the Pacific Canada region, but later on, the Newfoundland fishery planted it directly, so we have it here. The price of this fish is very high. Not only can it be eaten, but it can also be raised as an ornamental fish. The one in your hand can be sold for about $2,000. Hearing Philip's introduction, Jiang Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. A fish can be sold for $2,000? That's a big profit. But he was actually thinking too much. It would take 6 or 7 years for the fish to grow to the size of the one in Jiang Hai's hand. It's possible to raise this kind of fish to make money, but it's difficult to make a lot of money in batches. After knowing that the fish in his hand was so valuable, Jiang Hai became more careful and put the fish back into the pond. After putting the fish in the pond, Jiang Hai caught another red fish and was about to put it in the pond, but he was stopped by Philip. This kind of fish is the vermilion sebaste. It's valuable. The one you caught is a sea bass. It's not valuable. This kind of fish is also called Norway cod. It's a little more expensive than cod. It's not worth putting in. Hearing Philip's words, Jiang Hai was a little confused. To be honest, it was really difficult for him to distinguish the difference between these fish. Then Jiang Hai discovered that there were a lot of small red fishes among the fishes that they caught. But this time, he decided to ask Philip about these fishes before doing anything else. This is the golden-eye snapper. It's also a fish from the Pacific Ocean, but someone raised it here. It's probably to reproduce. This fish is also very valuable. The people in Japan like it very much. This is the redfin snapper. It's not valuable. This is the big-eye snapper. It's okay, but just throw it here. We'll sort it later. Jiang Hai asked while picking. Then he found that the fish were really not ordinary. In his opinion, all the fish looked the same, but there were several or even more than a dozen different classifications. And this was just the red ones. If you look at the normal color, it would be even more chaotic. There were sebastes, black-banded sebastes, black-eyed sebastes, filed sebastes. At least, Jiang Hai couldn't tell them apart. Just the above 3 kinds of fish, the price difference was like heaven and earth. The price of the black-banded sebaste was the lowest, about $6 per kilogram, while the black-eyed sebaste could be sold for $11. The difference between the two was $5. If Jiang Hai and the other fishermen didn't distinguish the fish clearly, the fish merchants wouldn't give them a share. They would treat them as black-banded sebastes. At that time, the fisherman, that is, the owner of the fish farm, Jiang Hai, would be the losers. 11.5 tons of fish, excluding kelp and water. There were about 10 tons of fish, nearly 30,000 fish. 30,000 fish seemed to be a lot, but in the hands of these professional fishermen, it was actually quite easy to sort them out. It took a little time to sort out the expensive fish, but it only took 1 or 2 seconds to sort out the less expensive fish. Therefore, about 2 hours later, they threw the useless sea snakes back into the sea and killed the jellyfish directly. In the absence of sea turtles, fur seals, sea lions, and other creatures to be released, AI Daihuan and Philip had already finished counting all the fish. This kind of work was a piece of cake for them. Let's take a break and then cast the second net. Seeing that the fish were all ready, and it was still early, Edward Anderson took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit 2 by himself, and handed 1 to Philip. Then he sat there and rested. Because they knew that Jiang Hai didn't smoke, they didn't give it to Jiang Hai. In fact, Jiang Hai had smoked a long time ago, probably when he was in junior high school. However, his family conditions didn't allow it, and he found that smoking wasn't addictive after a few years, so he quit. Although his financial conditions allowed it now, he didn't intend to pick it up again. It was good that he didn't smoke. Come, boss, let me introduce you to the fish we caught. Seeing that they were smoking while Jiang Hai, the boss, didn't do anything, Philip came over with a smile and introduced the fish to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai is the boss of fishery. If he doesn't know what kind of fish it is, then it would be a bit strange. Speaking of which, he has been interested in these fish for a long time. When he heard Philip's words, he also went to the fish pond. This is codfish, this is herring, and this is sea bass, the greediest fish in the sea. but it's also the easiest to catch. These are the ones I introduced just now: vermilion sebastes, lambreme, black striped sebastes, black-eyed sebastes, red sebastes, golden-eye sebastes, fowlhead sebastes, silver rockbass, brown trout you've seen before. It's a migratory fish. This is Atlantic salmon, just like trout. I guess this fish is about to produce seeds. Philip stood beside the fish pond and introduced more than 10 kinds of fish to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai really couldn't tell them apart, so he could only memorize them. He had to admit that being a fisherman required a lot of experience and vision, especially in a fishery like Jiang Hai's. After all, this fishery hadn't been fished for several years. Because he had never fished before, the fish in the fish farm here was very mixed, unlike those farm fish farms. If one's vision wasn't good enough, they would really pick the worst ones. At this time, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel lucky that he asked AI Dehua for help. I know this fish, lionfish. After introducing all the fishes that looked similar, Jiang Hai saw a few that looked different. These fishes had long spikes on their bodies. He remembered that he knew these fishes. They looked very flowery and had hard spikes on their bodies. He had seen them on TV before. This is sea bream. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Philip hesitated for a moment and decided to tell Jiang Hai the truth. Almost the same. Hearing Philip's words, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment. He took a closer look and found that they looked almost the same. Far from it. The scientific name of lionfish is sebaste. It belongs to the Scorpionidae family, just like the scarlet sebace and black sebace over there. The sea bream belongs to the sea bream family. Most importantly, lionfish is a harmful fish. Because of its toxicity, not many people like to eat it, so the price is much lower. We don't have lionfish here. It's a fish from the Pacific Ocean. We have sea bream here, so the price is very high. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Philip smiled and said. Hearing Philip's words, Jiang Hai smiled a little awkwardly. It seems that his knowledge is really not enough. Okay, that's about it. Let's set the net again, and then we'll sell them. This time, let's set the net deeper. Hearing that Philip had almost finished introducing the fish, AI Dehua stood up and threw the cigarette, but into the trash can that was already prepared on the side of the ship. Then he returned to the cabin. As for Jiang Hai and Philip, they stayed on the deck and pushed the precious fish into a separate room next to them. The room was specially made to be humid. Inside the room, there was a sink that was specially made to store live seafood. Seafood was best when it was still alive. No matter how fresh it wasn't as delicious as live ones. Naturally, there was no live ones that could be sold at a high price. Of course, things like tuna would die once it left the water. As for the rest, the less valuable ones were pushed into the cold storage. There is also a layer of water here, but with so many fish squeezed together, they would naturally live if they could, and die if they couldn't, as long as they were still fresh when they were sent to the fish merchant. After everything was ready, Edward Anderson's voice was heard from the loudspeaker. Obviously, he had seen the existence of the fish through the sonar. Philip immediately manipulated the crane to put the fishing net into the water, but this time, the rope was longer. The fish they caught just now were from the upper layer, about 5 to 20 meters above the sea level. This time, their net was deeper. They wanted to catch fish between 20 to 30 meters. At this time, they were still on the continental shelf. 30 meters deep meant that they had already dragged the fish to the bottom of the sea. This time, they would catch more fish. The reason why they didn't choose to go this deep was that there were reefs in the area just now, but there weren't any in this area. Today's second update, continuously delivered. Chapter 112. Wow, it's much more than I expected. Looking at the constantly changing pressure data on the fishing net, Philip couldn't help but whisper. If the fishing net just now is sold, it could probably be sold for about $50,000. Of course, this trip to the sea, the diesel cost $20,000 plus the loss of the fishing boat, the loss of the fishing net, and so on. Adding it all together, the profit of this trip was only about $10,000. Plus the salary of the crew, there wasn't much left. Of course, this refers to the total income of this much. However, it was obvious that Jiang Hai's fishing area had more than just this amount of fish. If other fishermen knew about this, they would probably be overjoyed. Now that they had caught a second net of fish, they would make a pure profit. They would make as much profit as they could get. Now that they had caught a second net of fish, they would earn as much as they could get. The pressure is too much. Do you need to slow down? Looking at the reading on the fishing net getting higher and higher, Philip picked up the walkie-talkie and said to AI Dahua in the cabin. Hearing Philip's words, AI Dahua quickly replied, "No need. Do you think the boss's boat is the same as our boat? Everything on this boat is the best, including the fishing net. Even a normal nylon fishing net can withstand this pressure, let alone ours. It's okay, but you have to pay attention. Call me when the reading reaches 300 feet per square meter." Listening to AI Dahua's words, Philip couldn't help but be stunned. Although he knew that Jiang Hai was willing to spend money, to be honest, he still wanted to be a cowboy, so he didn't go with him when he loaded the boat. Now that he heard his brother-in-law's words, he was relieved. "I'll go to the cabin to get a cup of coffee. Do you want it?" After learning that there was nothing here for the time being, Jiang Hai stood in the cold, then knocked on the window of the console next to him and said to Philip. It was only the beginning of January, the coldest time in Boston. Although Jiang Hai was born in the Northeast, and the temperature was much colder than here, he still couldn't withstand the sea breeze. He wasn't like Philip. Perhaps for the convenience of operation, there was a special room at the console with a separate heater and glass that could be used to block the wind. Jiang Hai stood directly in the cold wind. Even with his physical fitness, he still couldn't withstand it. After confirming that there was nothing to worry about for the time being, he decided to go back and make some coffee to drink, even though he didn't like to drink coffee. But this thing does have the effect of warming the stomach. "Oh, give me a cup too. Thank you, boss." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Philip chuckled. Then Jiang Hai walked into the cabin. Jiang Hai's fishing boat was just like what he said when it was built. Although it looked like a fishing boat, from the interior decoration, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a yacht. In the beginning, that person took a lot of money from Jiang Hai, and it seemed that he was quite serious. The fishing boat had been sent here for a while, and when it was just sent back, Jiang Hai went on board to take a look, so he was still very clear about the structure of the fishing boat. The entire fishing boat was divided into 2 floors. The first floor was the living area. The driver's cabin was at the front, and behind it was a large living room. The living room was about 30 square meters. There were sofas on both sides, a coffee table in the middle, a bar, a TV, and a refrigerator. The interior was decorated with wood and leather sofas, which made people feel very comfortable. Behind the living room was the living area. There were a total of 8 rooms and a master bedroom. Although it wasn't as luxurious as Jiang Hai's villa, it wasn't too bad. The room had a big bed, carpet, TV, refrigerator, sofa, wardrobe, and so on. There was even a separate bathroom and a separate toilet. Among the other 7 rooms, there were 3 master rooms. Although the decoration inside wasn't as good as the master bedroom, it wasn't too bad. The 3 master rooms also had a separate TV, wardrobe, but they were all one size smaller. The remaining 4 rooms were designed as a double room according to AI Dahua's original request. 2 beds were directly welded to the wall. Then there was a separate toilet, wardrobe, table, chair, and TV in the room. According to Edward Anderson, these 4 rooms were prepared for him and the future crew. The master bedroom was naturally for Jiang Hai to live in, and the guest bedroom was prepared for Jiang Hai's guests. As sailors, they naturally needed a place for sailors to sleep. Jiang Hai wasn't used to AI Dahua's clear hierarchy. He told AI Dahua that they could all be made into guest rooms, but AI Dahua didn't agree. Jiang Hai could only shrug his shoulders. In fact, sometimes it felt good to enjoy privileges. Behind the 8 rooms was the kitchen. This kitchen wasn't much worse than the kitchen in Jiang Hai's villa. It basically had everything, but it was different from the kitchen at home. Everything here couldn't be moved. They were all either on the ground or welded to the wall. After all, this was the sea. Even the Titanic could sink, so a 40-meter-long fishing boat was nothing. Therefore, it was never wrong to be careful. In the lower level of these residences was the part of the fishing boat that truly resembled a fishing boat. The lower level connected to the plate armor was 4 huge warehouses. Two were cold storage. One was a live reservoir for the valuable fish, and one was a pure cold storage for frozen fish. The size of these four warehouses wasn't small. At least dozens of tons of fish wouldn't be a problem. Walking into the residential area, Jiang Hai went straight to the kitchen and used the coffee machine there to make coffee. He made 3 cups at once. He held 1 cup for himself and then took the other cup to the steering room. He didn't forget that AI Dahua hadn't drunk it yet. Walking into the cockpit, he saw AI Dahua driving the ship while looking at the underwater sonar and the pressure reading of the fishing net on the side of the cockpit. This was not the first time Jiang Hai had entered the cockpit, but he had to admit that he felt a headache every time he came in. These instruments and the like were really troublesome. If he hadn't properly studied them, just looking at these hundreds of buttons would make him feel nauseous. The various instruments, positioning, and broadcast made him feel a headache just by looking at them. "Hey boss, thanks." Hearing the footsteps, AI Dahua looked back and saw Jiang Hai walking in with coffee. He also chuckled, then took his cup and continued to look at the data in front of him. "How's it going?" Jiang Hai certainly didn't understand, but at this time, as the boss, he had to ask and pretend to know. So Jiang Hai thought about it and said to Edward Anderson in front of him, "Not bad. The things in the net now are more than before. Although the sea here is not deep, there are a lot of good things. In 10 minutes, we can set up the net." Pointing to the shadow shown on the sonar and the pressure bar from the net, Edward Anderson said with a smile. But just as he was joking, his face suddenly changed because 2 black bars suddenly floated over on the sonar map. According to the sonar display, these 2 black bars were estimated to be about 4 meters long. These 2 black bars were rushing in the direction of the fishing net at this time. "What's this? A big fish?" Looking at the reading displayed on the sonar, even AI Dahua was a little confused. At this time, the figure in front of him didn't seem to notice and plunged into Jiang Hai's fishing net. This huge impact even made the boat shake a little, and at this time, the reading of the fishing net increased a lot in an instant. Seeing this, AI Dahua immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and was about to ask Philemon to set up the net. His sixth sense told him that he caught a big fish, but before he could say anything, Philemon had already set up the fishing net on the deck. Philemon had been paying attention to the pressure of the fishing net since the beginning. When the pressure of the fishing net suddenly rose from 220 to 270, he knew that it was either a big fish or a reef. No matter what, he needed to get the fishing net up immediately. At this time, Jiang Hai didn't have time to drink coffee. He immediately ran out of the cabin and came to the surface. AI Dahua also slowly stopped the boat and came to the deck. When the two arrived on the deck, Philemon had already controlled the crane to pull up the fishing net. The fishing net, which was bigger than the previous one, was slowly being lifted out of the sea. At this time, a huge sailfish was constantly struggling in the fishing net. Its sharp mouth had already stretched out of the fishing net. Looking at this big guy, Jiang Hai's mouth unconsciously opened. This was the first time he saw a sailfish in his life, and it looked really fierce. Bang, bang. At this time, on the sea level beside the boat, a shark also jumped out of the sea. Jiang Hai looked back and knew that this shark was his pet. Big idiot. He didn't expect that he just casually said that he was going to catch a fish, and it really caught a sailfish. "Boss, we're rich this time. This fish alone could be sold for $100,000. Philemon, who was controlling the crane to slowly move towards the pool, couldn't help but shout loudly when he saw the fish. $100,000? Hearing Philemon's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but swallow. It seems that raising fish is really a profitable job. A fish can be sold for $100,000? He already felt that his breathing was a little rapid. Could it be that he had never thought about the problem of whether he could raise this fish? As for AI Dahua, when he looked at the fish, his eyes were also shining, but when he saw Jiang Hai's sand tiger shark, his eyes shone even brighter. He didn't expect Jiang Hai's pet to be so awesome. I have to go back to Chengdu in the next 2 days, so I'll post it on time. If there's a mistake, please leave me a message in the book review and comment section. I'll sort it out when I come back. Finally, I'll ask for your support and collection. Chapter 113. 1. Under Philemon's control, the large bag of fish was then placed into the pool next to it. However, as soon as it was put in, the huge sailfish moved vigorously, hoping to leave the pool. Unfortunately, it thought too much. AI Dahua was already prepared. He rushed over, picked up a huge blanket, and wrapped it around its body. Then Jianghai and Philemon also ran over, picked up the big fish that was almost 3 meters long, and walked into the reservoir next to it. The scientific name of this fish was Atlantic blue marlin, but although it was called a marlin, it was a sailfish. This fish could grow up to 5 meters and weigh 1,800 kilograms, which was more than 1 ton, nearly 2 tons. Of course, this fish was not so big. If this fish was so big, not to mention Jianghai's big idiot, Jianghai, and the others would not be able to lift it. Although the fish was struggling, Jianghai estimated it was about 600 kilograms when they lifted it. Although it was not particularly heavy, it was enough for the 3 men to use all their strength. Fortunately, Jianghai was there. Although he was not qualified to be a sailor, he was strong enough. He directly picked up the fish, came to the reservoir, and put the fish in. Watching the fish swimming in the water, Jianghai and the others were happy. If this fish died, it would be worthless. Such a big blue marlin, if it died, would only be worth 30,000. Philemon shouted 100,000 because it was alive. Marlin, sailfish, and tuna, these expensive fish, were basically not sold alive. Even in aquariums, there were few marlin or sailfish on display because these fish were too difficult to catch. The swimming speed of these fish was very fast. Fishing boats could not catch up, so fishing boats with trawlers would definitely not be able to catch them. As for the same fishing boats, the speed of the net was too slow. Even if they caught them, these fish could use their speed to drill out from the other end of the fishing net. Even if they could not, their impact could break most of the fishing net. If Philip hadn't set up the net immediately, the fish would have slipped away and even destroyed the net. In this way, Jianghai and the others would suffer a great loss. A new net would be broken after just one net. That would be extremely tragic. Therefore, 90% of the way to catch these 3 types of fish was to rely on fishing. However, there was a big problem after fishing it up. The fish was too big and struggled too hard. Although it was only one person, 3 to 5 men wouldn't be able to hold it down. If it wasn't for Jianghai, AI Dahua, and Philip might have died. In addition, these fish needed to swim continuously in order to breathe. They would die soon after leaving the sea. So basically, when such fish were caught, they would be killed and made into ice. But Jianghai's fishing boat was different. His reservoir was filled with water from the outside. In other words, when the boat was sailing, the water in the reservoir would constantly change. This way, the fish wouldn't die. At least, it was enough to ensure that they were still alive when they were sold. We're rich this time. Boss, remember to give us a bonus. Looking at the blue marlin in the water, Philip's mouth would have curled into a smile if it weren't for his ears. He immediately said to Jianghai, "Of course, 10,000 per person. It's a good start. Not to mention the other fish, this blue marlin alone was worth 100,000. How could Jianghai be stingy with the money? He waved his hand and said to the 2 people beside him. Hearing Jianghai's words, Philip and Edward Anderson smiled even more happily. Then, everyone returned to the deck, where there was still a lot of fish to deal with. As for Jianghai, he deliberately caught a sea bass about half a meter long and went below the deck. The biggest contributor to catching this big guy was Big Fool in the sea. Jianghai had to reward him no matter what, right? When Jianghai came over, Big Dumb was also very excited. Obviously, this time it was a blind cat that hit a mouse. Fortunately, this was within the range of Jianghai's fish farm, and Jianghai's fish farm accidentally bumped into it. Otherwise, with Blue Spear's speed, it was estimated that in less than 10 minutes, Big Dumb would not even be able to see the waves behind the opponent's butt. It should be known that this kind of fish was very expensive. Under such circumstances, there were naturally many people who wanted to catch it. However, under such circumstances, the World Conservation Organization did not list it as an endangered species and did not restrict its capture at all. This showed how difficult it was to catch this kind of fish. One had to admit that it was necessary to rely on others to catch this kind of fish. This is your reward. Come out and play. Walking in front of Big Fool, Zhang Hai deliberately took out his hand from his glove, then took out a small knife, cut a wound, and squeezed a drop of blood from it. In the past month, he did not have many opportunities to bleed, so his scales were a lot longer. Today's drop of blood was not very important to him. After dripping the blood into the mouth of the sea bass, he stuffed the fish into Big Fool's mouth. As soon as the fish entered Big Fool's mouth, Big Fool knew that it was a good fish. He did not even bite it and directly swallowed it. Then, after a splash in front of Zhang Hai, he went to the bottom of the sea. The energy in Zhang Hai's blood was too strong, so Big Fool needed to digest it well. After Big Fool left, Zhang Hai also returned to the deck. This time, he found that there were more things in the pool, which meant that there were more expensive things. When Zhang Hai went over to take a look, his eyes instantly lit up. Not to mention other things, just the dozens of large and small lobsters were enough to make Zhang Hai excited. F***CK. This is more than 10 kilograms. Walking into the pool, Zhang Hai grabbed a huge lobster. No, about 8 or 9 kilograms, but such a big lobster can be considered a shrimp king. It can be sold for at least $2,000 or $3,000. Hearing Zhang Hai's words, Philip said with a smile, "Such a big lobster is indeed not small, but not particularly big. It is still within the acceptable range. Only $2,000 or $3,000. Hey, your lobsters here are too cheap. Forget it. Today's fish is good. Let's eat this guy tonight." Looking at the lobster waving its big pincers, Zhang Hai said with a smile, "Eat? He. Only the boss is willing to eat?" Hearing Zhang Hai's words, Ai Dahua and Philip looked at each other, and then Ai Dahua said with some helplessness, "They really don't know whether Zhang Hai is here to make money or to enjoy life. In fact, for Zhang Hai, he came here to make money and to enjoy life, which is very good." Then everyone began to divide and pack. Compared with the last time, there were more fish and less other things. This time, other things accounted for almost 70% of the fish. Zhang Hai's seabed still had a lot of things. Dozens of large and small lobsters. All the lobsters less than 2 kilograms, that is 1 kilogram, were thrown back to the bottom of the sea. In the United States, lobsters are also divided into different grades. Every half a pound is a grade. In the market, the smallest lobster was 1 pound and was called chicken. This was the smallest grade, but it couldn't be sold for much money. The bigger ones were called quarters, and the bigger ones were called SECTS. The biggest ones were more than 2 pounds and were called jumbo. Those without pincers were called cull. This kind of lobster was worthless. About 1/3 of these lobsters were less than 1 kilogram. Even if they were all picked up, there were still more than 50 lobsters to be sold. These lobsters alone are not a small income. In addition to the lobsters, this net also had a lot of shrimps and crabs. In the previous net, there were almost no shrimps, but in this net, there were almost 100 kilograms of Arctic sweet shrimps. Looking at this, Zhang Hai's mouth was watering. He liked to eat these shrimps the most. In addition to these shrimps, there were also a lot of crabs, including swimming crabs and walking crabs. These things also weighed more than 100 kilograms. If Zhang Hai kept these things, it would be enough for him to eat for a year. In addition to the lobsters, crabs, and shrimps, there were also a lot of shellfish. But basically, these shellfish were thrown back into the sea by Ai Dahua and Philip. These shellfish could be used to raise fish in the future, so they wouldn't go to waste. Most importantly, they didn't eat these things. If it wasn't for Zhang Hai's sharp eyes, they would have thrown back about 10 kilograms of shellfish. In addition to these shellfish, there were also some small octopus and small squid that were thrown back. These were all bait for raising fish in the future. In addition to the feed, there were also some broken stones, corals, and reefs. There were also a lot of fish, but the fish that was caught the most was the flounder. Perhaps not many people knew about the flounder, but when it came to flatfish, they would know about it. This kind of flatfish lived at the bottom of the sea. When a net was scraped, all kinds of flounders could be found everywhere, big and small. Just like before, the small ones were thrown away and the valuable ones were put away. One of them was more than a meter long. According to Philip, this kind of flounder was called the Atlantic flounder, which was the same kind of fish as the halibut of the Pacific Ocean. It's just that they lived in different places. This kind of fish could grow up to 5 meters, weigh more than 300 kilograms, and live for 50 years. This flounder was about 2 meters long, meaning that it had lived for more than 10 years. But if it was sold, it would be worth a lot of money. After sorting out this mess of fishes, even Shanghai's 4 big warehouses were almost full. After all, these fishes didn't need to be put in the cold storage. They were enough to be chilled. After 2 nets, the 3 warehouses were almost full. AI Dahua turned the steering wheel, and the fishing boat headed towards the distant Boston area. This time they had a lot of good fishes. If they were to sell them in Winthrop, they might not be able to fetch a good price. They could only sell them in some big cities. After sailing for more than an hour, a vague fishing port appeared in front of Shanghai and the others. At this time, there were many boats going in and out of the fishing port. It could be seen that these people were fishermen. I haven't been here for a few days. Please forgive me. Chapter 114. Wow, there are so many people selling fish. Shanghai said in surprise as he looked at the crowd coming in and out. It's only January, it's still the coldest time, so there aren't many people selling fish here. If it was October, there would be several times more people here. Hearing Shanghai's words, Philip, who was standing next to Shanghai, also said with a smile. Hearing his words, Shanghai couldn't help but nod in surprise. Looking around, there were already thousands of people in the fish store. If there were several times more, wouldn't there be tens of thousands of people selling fish every day? It seems like the fish store is also very profitable. While Shanghai and Philip were chatting, the fishing boat slowly entered the fish store. Most of the fishing boats near the sea were more than 20 meters long, and those that were more than 30 meters long could go fishing. Of course, the real big boats were seine fishing boats. The big ones were 70, 80 meters, and even more than 100 meters long. But in terms of trawlers, Shanghai's fishing boat was already the biggest one. After arriving at the fish store, this giant naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. Hey, Turner, didn't you become a cowboy? Among the people who noticed the fishing boat, many of them were from Winthrop. They knew that Philip had the skills of a fisherman, but he insisted on becoming a cowboy. Who said that a cowboy can't fish? It's really strange. Hearing the words of the people below, Philip also shouted from the fishing boat. Hearing his voice, Shanghai also smiled. If he didn't force Philip to come here, he probably wouldn't be willing to be a fisherman. Okay, Philip, don't quarrel with these guys. Go to the fish store and tell the manager how many fish we have here, then I'll line up here. At this time, Edward Anderson, who was inside, heard Philemon's words. He stretched his head out and said to Philemon, "Nothing can be accomplished without rules. No matter how big the ship was, it was inevitable to follow the rules. First come, first served. This was a rule that everyone in the United States abided by. If someone randomly cut the queue, it might really cause a conflict. In the United States, other than ladies first, there was no one who had priority. When it comes to selling fish, even ladies do not have priority. According to these fishermen, even if the President of the United States comes, he will have to line up outside." Hearing AI Dahua's words, Philip nodded and went down to the first floor. When the boat approached the pier, he directly jumped off the boat and ran towards the fish shop in the distance. As for Shanghai, he sat on the plate armor and looked at the scenery outside. To be honest, Shanghai really didn't have the qualifications to be a rich man, because since he came to Boston, except for the time when he bought a boat, he didn't have the time to shop here. This was one of the oldest cities in the United States. Now, looking at the scenery on the boat, Shanghai felt a little refreshed. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to go shopping. It was that he didn't know how to go shopping, and there was no one to accompany him. There were only 2 young people in his manor, but whether it was Harriman or Belle Lester, they were both very busy. Every day, they were in a hurry. How could they have time to go shopping with Shanghai? Every morning, when they woke up, they had to feed the cows, clean up the cow dung, and check if the cows were injured or sick. When they finally had some free time, they had to patrol the fence of the manor to see if there were any broken ones. Whether there were people or wild animals sneaking in, they had to deal with them. Most importantly, cowboys didn't have a day off, so they were so busy every day. This made Jiang Hai a little speechless. At the same time, he didn't know why he would go out on the streets. It was boring to go out by himself without anyone to accompany him. He didn't even have a man, let alone a girl. Sometimes, when he wanted to buy clothes or food, he would go straight to Winthrop. There was everything there. If it didn't work, he could also shop online. The Amazon in the United States, eBay, and so on were not worse than the online shopping websites in China. Even the after-sale service was better. So even if he went to Boston to look at the scenery, he was too lazy to move. It's too boring. Looking at the boat slowly moving forward and the scenery on both sides of the river constantly moving backward, Jiang Hai whispered. However, although it was boring, he was too lazy to change Jiang Hai. He had to admit that sometimes the more a person stayed, the more lazy they would be to move. This was especially true for young people like Jiang Hai. He was not willing to come into contact with the outside world. Coupled with the fact that he was not short of money and had his own small circle, he was getting lazier and lazier. Although there was no redeeming feature to this, he was still very happy. While Jiang Hai was looking at the scenery there, many people were looking at him. As the saying goes, you're looking at the scenery, and the people who are looking at the scenery are looking at you. Of course, looking at Jiang Hai was completely different from the original meaning of this sentence. Originally, this sentence referred to looking at beautiful women. Even if they weren't beautiful, they had to be handsome. However, Jiang Hai wasn't a beautiful woman, nor was he handsome. Strictly speaking, Jiang Hai was just a very curious manor lord. These people were looking at Jiang Hai, not at him, but at the money behind him. Although Boston was located on the East Coast, there were many Chinese people. It could be said that there was no one here who knew Jiang Hai. However, many of them knew Philip and Ai Dua. Naturally, they had heard that the two of them had joined Green Forest. They had also heard that Green Forest had been bought by a young Chinese boss. So now, when they looked at Jiang Hai, they felt that Jiang Hai should be the boss. He doesn't seem to be anything special. He doesn't look like a rich person. Nowadays, Chinese people are rich. You don't understand. Maybe he is the son of a senior official or the child of a rich businessman. He looks a little short. His body and bones are okay, but he's a little too white. He doesn't look like a man who fights in the sea at all. Instead, he looks like a Xiaobai. Is this a billionaire? Looking at Jiang Hai, these fishermen whispered. Of course, their so-called whispers still passed into Jiang Hai's ears. For what they said, Jiang Hai could only twitch his mouth. He had long been used to being talked about like this. Thinking back, when he married his wife, his ex-wife, there were a lot of people talking about him. They said that he was a lucky bastard and that he was a freeloader. But in that kind of environment, he could only endure it. The words of those people were 100 times worse than what these fishermen were saying. Although these fishermen didn't say anything good, at least they said that he was white. Well, in Jiang Hai's ears, this was a good thing. While the crowd was talking, Jiang Hai's fishing boat slowly moved forward. It didn't take long before they arrived at the entrance of the fish store. Philip and the others had been waiting for a long time. They immediately jumped onto the fishing boat with a group of helpers and then went to the room where the fish were kept. When they walked in, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It really is the Atlantic blue spear. Kid, you're rich. One of the big men saw the Atlantic blue spear in the pond and punched Philip's chest. His face was full of excitement. Haha, it's not me who's rich. It's our boss who's rich. Well, don't talk too much. Hurry up and move these things down. Hearing this man's words, Philip laughed and said. Hearing his words, several people had already pulled the hook of a crane into the cabin and moved the pond out of the cabin. When the pond was moved into the fish store, the onlookers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Wow, it's the Atlantic blue spear. It's a living Atlantic blue spear. Seeing the huge figure in the pond, the other fish of the same size instantly became a foil. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Atlantic blue spear. Wow, you're really lucky. You can even catch such a guy. At this time, an old man walked out from the fish shop. This old man looked to be in his 50s or 60s, but he was still very healthy. Looking at Edward Anderson, who had stopped the boat and jumped down, the old man walked over first, patted his shoulder, and said to him, "This is all thanks to our boss. He's a lucky guy." Philip and AI Dahua knew that the reason they were able to catch the blue marlin was because of Jiang Hai's sand tiger shark. If it weren't for the shark, then it would have been impossible to catch the blue marlin. Now that he heard the old man's words, AI Dahua naturally wouldn't take the credit. "Lucky guy, this fish is great, very great. After all, it's a living Atlantic blue spear, so I'll give you $100,000 for this fish alone." Of course, the fish wouldn't be worth so much if it were sold by the caddy. After all, there was a limit to how expensive fish could be. Even the legendary bluefin tuna wasn't worth $100,000. But this blue spear was alive after all. If there were connections, this fish could be sold to some rich people as a pet or sent to an aquarium. Whether it was the government of the United States or those rich people, they would be happy to buy a living Atlantic blue spear for $100,000 or even $100,000. Of course, he had to have a way to get it. Otherwise, Jiang Hai could sell the fish. "Deal, look at the other fish. We have a good harvest today." After shaking hands with the old man in front of him, Jiang Hai said with a chuckle. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man said that there was no need to rush. Then he directly transferred $100,000 to Jiang Hai. After Jiang Hai confirmed the transfer, the old man hurriedly asked someone to send the fish away. After all, a dead Atlantic blue spear was worthless, and he didn't want to lose money. Chapter 115. The rest of the fish is 76,212. The shrimp is 4,561. The crab is 12340, and the lobster is 10829. Altogether, the total is 103,942. Do you want to transfer the money, or? After solving the problem of the blue gun, the old man immediately arranged for someone to send the blue gun away. Jiang Hai didn't ask where it would be sent, but listening to the old man's phone call, if there was no accident, it should be a Western restaurant in New York. It seems that someone is preparing to treat the blue gun as the treasure of their restaurant. After solving the problem of the blue gun, the other fish, shrimp, crab, and lobster were all put online and began to be weighed. However, during the weighing, Jiang Hai deliberately took out the largest lobster, a lot of Arctic sweet shrimps, and some crabs. These were all things that he wanted to eat. In addition to these things, this trip's harvest was also quite rich. Although Jiang Hai didn't have any other choice, he still had a lot of things to eat. "Transfer $80,000 to my bank account and give me the rest in cash." Hearing this, Jiang Hai chuckled and said to the old man. If Jiang Hai wanted cash, the old man might have to raise some money, but Jiang Hai only wanted $20,000 in cash, and he had that. He immediately pulled all the fish and shrimps to the back and gave Jiang Hai $3,942. Jiang Hai put away the change and gave the remaining $20,000 to AI Dahua and Philip, $1 for each person. "Wow, thank you, boss." Looking at the brand new dollar bills in front of him that still smelled of ink, Philip's eyes immediately turned green. After all, it had been a long time since he had seen bundles of dollar bills. Most importantly, this money was a reward, more of a gift, and didn't need to be taxed. It was like money picked up on the street. Did you have to pay taxes after picking up money on the street? Don't joke around. Jiang Hai gave him the cash because he had considered this aspect. "Thank you, boss." Although he was a little worried about the fish farm's harvest, AI Dahua still accepted the money that Jiang Hai gave him. He looked happily at the dollar bills in front of him. This money was enough to cover his work for several months. "Work hard. You won't be short of money in the future." Looking at the two's excited expressions, Jiang Hai also smiled and stuffed the rest of the change into his pocket. He didn't have the habit of carrying a wallet when he went out. His clothes had many pockets that were specially used to store money, keys, and so on, so when the money was stuffed in, it instantly bulged. "Lucky lad. If you have any good goods in the future, send them to me. I won't treat you badly." Seeing that Jiang Hai was done, The old man behind him walked over and handed Jiang Hai a business card. The mayor of Winthrop had told Jiang Hai that, generally speaking, people in the United States did not give out business cards, but there were exceptions. For example, someone selling insurance, or, like this old man, collecting fish. The front of this business card was printed with his phone number, and the back of the business card was printed with the price of various precious fish species. Of course, the price of fish would fluctuate every day, but the general price was about the same. Jiang Hai nodded with a smile and put the business card away. Then, he jumped onto his fishing boat, and the three of them left the fish farm. But although they left, the fishermen still saw the money they had just made. It was impossible to say that these fishermen's eyes weren't green with envy. Some of these fishermen didn't even make $200,000 a year. It could be said that fishermen with an annual income of $200,000 were very rare in the entire fishing industry in the United States. After deducting taxes, expenses, and a bunch of other miscellaneous money, these fishermen's annual income was probably only tens of thousands of dollars. When they were lucky, they could be considered middle class, but when they were unlucky, they couldn't even be considered middle class. Now that they saw the money Jiang Hai made, it would be strange if they weren't green with envy. After seeing Jiang Hai and the others leave, many of them looked at each other. Of course, they didn't want to kidnap Jiang Hai, but wanted to. Thanks to you guys today, we didn't have lunch at noon. Let's go back and eat lobster at night. What do you want to eat? It's my treat today. Because there was no need to go offline, Jiang Hai didn't sit on the deck. Instead, he sat in the living room. Philemon sat across from him. As for A.I. Dehua, he continued to sail the boat and look at the scenery outside. On the way back, Jiang Hai asked with a smile, "Wow, today is really my lucky day." Philemon exclaimed when he heard that Jiang Hai not only gave him a bonus, but also wanted to treat him to a meal. "If you like it so much, come and help me. You'll make a lot of money." Hearing Philemon's exclamation, Edward Anderson said with a smile, but after hearing his words, Philemon immediately shook his head. "Forget it. I don't want to float on the sea anymore. As long as the cattle in the manor are raised well, I don't believe that I'll make less money than on the boat." He was quite confident in Jiang Hai's cattle. Since the last time they killed a cow, they had eaten almost all of its meat, so they killed another one a few days ago. As a result, after this cow was killed, even Robbins was shocked and didn't know what to say. The slaughter rate reached 70% this time. After removing the bones, the head, and the offal, a total of 504 kilograms of meat was left. Nearly half of the meat was marbled, and the premium-grade beef accounted for 30% of the total. That's 75 kilograms of premium-grade beef, 166 pounds. According to the price of $350 per pound, this meat alone is worth $58,100. In addition to this meat, there are other types of meat which added up to the price of this meat. Jiang Hai and the others went all out to catch a blue spear for $100,000, and it had to be alive. A beef cow could also be sold for $100,000. How many blue guns are there in the sea? They can't be seen or touched. How many beef cows are there in Jiang Hai's manor? 20,000. Which one is the big one? He can't be wrong. However, since Jiang Hai has decided to develop the fishing industry, he naturally can't let the industry earn tens of millions or even millions a year. His goal is naturally to surpass 100 million, and the way to surpass 100 million is in his body. Okay, let Philip choose what to do. Have you thought about what to eat? Italian food or German food? Or what to eat? Interrupting the endless conversation between the two, Jiang Hai asked Edward in the driver's seat. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Philip smiled and said, "I don't care about eating. I'm happier with $10,000 on me than you treating me to a meal. The most important thing right now is to recruit people." Hearing Jiang Hai, Philip smiled and said to Jiang Hai, "Recruiting." Hearing what he said, Jiang Hai asked a question in a strange way. "Yes, recruit people." Hearing Jiang Hai's puzzled words, A.I. Dehua also said seriously. Then he told Jiang Hai why they want to recruit people. In fact, the main reason is that money moves people's hearts. With the development of the ocean over the years, the ocean itself is naturally getting worse and worse. The coral reefs that could be seen everywhere in the past are now rare, and the originally rich marine fish have become less and less with the transition of fishing over the years. In recent years, the life of fishermen near Boston has also been going downhill because of the transition of development. Everyone knows that the green forest has never caught fish, so everyone only suspected that there might be more fish in the fishing grounds of the green forest. But after all, it is private territory and no one has confirmed it, so they're not willing to take the risk of being caught and find a fish there. But now it is different. Jianghai has already shown the fish there. Even if they can't catch blue marlin in one fishing trip, the $100,000 of fish is still very tempting to these people. Under such circumstances, some people may take the risk. If someone steals, it will be a loss for Jianghai. After all, every fish in that sea area belongs to Jianghai. If someone steals it, then the one who suffers the loss is Jianghai. This is the most unforgivable in a capitalist country. But if AI Dahua is the only one, he can patrol during the day. But what about at night? There will always be some mist time. Before he showed the reserves of the fish, he could be more casual, but now he can't. So in AI Dahua's view, the most important thing at the moment is to recruit people. Oh, that makes sense. Recalling the shining eyes of the fisherman when he left on the fishing boat, Jianghai nodded. It should be like this. After thinking about the problem of the fisherman, Jianghai thought about the problem of patrolling. Do you think we should buy a plane? Wouldn't it be faster to patrol like this? After hesitating, Jianghai said to AI Dahua in front of him. AI Dahua also nodded when he heard what Jianghai said. It's naturally best to have a plane, but it's a bit wasteful to use a plane for patrolling now. The price of aviation gas is not cheap, but when we raise fish in the future, we need to use a plane to feed them. I originally planned to tell you next month, but since you mentioned it now, I think we should also put this on the agenda. AI Dahua turned his head and slowly talked to Jianghai. According to AI Dahua, they need at least one plane, but it's best to have two. One can be used for farming, which can be used to spread bait and the like, and one can stay on the sea for a long time. It's better to drive away the fishing boats that enter Jianghai's territory. Hearing AI Dahua's words, Jianghai also expressed that he understood. As for the people who can fly the plane, they don't need to care too much. Anyway, they're going to recruit people. When the time comes, they will recruit people who can fly the plane. But the problem now is where to buy the plane. First update in the middle of the night. Please support Little Faye and collect more. Please, everyone. Chapter 116. We're here. Patting the car door, AI Dahua turned his head and said to Jianghai, who was sleeping in the back seat, "Oh, we're here." Hearing AI Dahua's words, Jianghai also rubbed his eyes, then sat up in a daze. Then he stretched and looked at the scenery outside the window. At this time, what caught his eyes was a big ship. It was about 100 meters long and 30 meters wide. Compared with ordinary ships, this thing is obviously not an ordinary fishing boat or cruise ship, but more like a warship. In fact, it's not just like a warship, it's a warship that has been decommissioned for a long time, and all the weapons have been dismantled. Obviously, this ship has been scrapped for a long time. It's just parked next to the port. There are many colorful lights on it. Under the illumination of the night, it flashed a different light. A sign hung in the middle of the ship, Sea Warrior. It seems that this is the name of this ship. It's really not small. After opening the door, Jianghai jumped out, looked at the big ship in front of him, and muttered to himself. On the other side, Edward Anderson also jumped out of the car. This morning, they went fishing and caught 2 nets to sell. When they finished selling, it was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Originally, according to Jianghai, he was going to invite AI Dahua and Philip out to eat, but AI Dahua told him that today was not the time to go out and play. Jianghai's group first drove the ship back to Jianghai's port. Then the 3 of them moved the remaining fish back to the residential area. After all, they came out to fish once, so naturally, it was impossible to sell all of it. After all, Luo Binsi also needed to eat fish. Instead of buying it, it was better to eat the fish they caught themselves. So the fish they sold accounted for about 95% of it. There were more than 100 pounds of fish left, and each family could share a dozen pounds, which was enough to eat for a while. However, compared to the fish, shrimp, crabs, and most of the lobsters were Jiang Hai's special delicacies, but there was still a problem. He didn't know how to cook. After these fish got off the ship, if they were not dealt with immediately, they would die. So Jiang Hai had been busy cleaning up these fish since they moved them over. When all the work was done, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sky was already dark. So after everyone had a seafood meal at home, Ai Dahua brought Jiang Hai to recruit people. Originally, Jiang Hai wanted to let Luo Binsi and Filament follow him, but where there were people, there was competition. Just like in Winthrop, no, it should be said that in the United States, there is always competition between land and sea. Cowboys look down on sailors, and sailors look down on cowboys. So in a sense, sailors would not go to cowboys' bars, and cowboys naturally would not go to sailors' territory. This could be seen from Ai Dahua and Luo Binsi. They were all from the same town. If it were not because he knew Ai Dahua when he recruited Filament, and Filament was not a pure cowboy, Jiang Hai might not be able to recruit this person. They usually did not even treat each other as friends. Even the manner they worked for Jiang Hai. Usually, Luo Binsi and the others would never look for Ai Dahua and the others to play. Of course, when they gathered together, at least on the surface, it was still very harmonious. It was precisely because of this that now that Jiang Hai wanted to recruit sailors, Luo Binsi and the others were a little embarrassed. In the end, Ai Dahua came forward and explained it. Jiang Hai understood that he was a little unreasonable just now. But after knowing it, he naturally would not force them to come over. So only he and Ai Dahua came over. The owner of this bar is called Ariel. The owner of this sea warrior is called Al-Claude. You can call him Al. He participated in World War II and was a major in the Navy before he retired. This destroyer was the ship he commanded at that time. It once attacked Midway Island, but was later bombed at Pearl Harbor. Although it was later salvaged, it was seriously damaged. After World War II, he retired along with this ship. Later, he made a fortune in business. More than 10 years ago, when the government sold this ship, he bought it and transformed it into a bar. This is also the favorite entertainment place of all the sailors around here. After Jiang Hai got out of the car, Ai Dahua also parked the car and jumped out. He walked in front of Jiang Hai and looked at the giant ship in front of him. He introduced it to Jiang Hai. Then let's go in and have a look. Hearing Ai Dahua's words, Jiang Hai also smiled, and then the two walked to the big ship. Obviously, sailors were richer than cowboys. Even the Navy earned more than the Army. The customers here were richer and more willing to spend money. Naturally, the hardware here was better. Not only was the main body outside a battleship, but when you walked in, you would find that the decoration inside was also a different world. Although it could not be compared to those top hotels, Western restaurants, and bars. But it was at least a few streets away from Old Tony's cowboy song. The decoration inside was almost as good as Jiang Hai's residential area. It was understandable. If Old Tony's cowboy song was decorated like this, it was unknown whether Old Tony would go bankrupt or not. But at least the cowboys would not be willing to go there. They usually herded cows roughly and drank roughly. A place that was too stylish was not suitable for them. On the other hand, the sailors earned even more. Although they were all rough men, their American genes made them more willing to enjoy life when they were free. He was willing to spend more money. If the service they received was the same, it would be strange if they did not curse on the streets. Of course, in Winthrop, there were also some small bars for sailors like Cowboy Song. But the attraction there was not as big as this one. Here, just entering the door did not require identification. Ordinary children were not allowed to enter. If it was not for Jiang Hai following Ai Dahua, he would not be able to enter. Walking into the bar, Jiang Hai found that it was really far from Cowboy Song, and it seemed that it was not just a bar. As soon as he walked into the hall, Jiang Hai saw a notice on the side, telling Jiang Hai about the entertainment facilities on the ship. This ship was divided into 3 floors. The lowest floor was a disco. It was very lively. Jiang Hai stood on the ground and felt that the ground was constantly shaking because of the music but it was obvious that Jiang Hai did not like to go there. The first floor was a bar. It was divided into two parts. The left part was a more traditional bar. The decoration was similar to Cowboy Song, but it was more luxurious. The tables and chairs were better. There were many people playing billiards, playing darts, and so on. The right part was also a bar, but it was a music bar. Unlike the disco below, it played some country music or some sailor music. Although the style was similar, the atmosphere was completely different. As for the top floor, there were some private rooms. According to AI Dehua's introduction to Jiang Hai, there were some people looking for special services in these private rooms. There were also some people who were there to gamble for small amounts of money, and so on. Although Winthrop was not Las Vegas, it was impossible for all the people in the United States to go there if they wanted to play. Not to mention the money, it was not necessary to waste time. Today, AI Dehua took Jiang Hai to the music bar on the right. According to Jiang Dehua, most of the people who went to the left to play were young people. And in the eyes of this old man, young people were naturally not very reliable. As soon as he walked in, Jiang Hai felt a different style. As soon as he walked in, a special tune rushed into Jiang Hai's mind. Jiang Hai knew that this was some R&B, but he did not know the specific meaning. He was not a musician. Following the sound of the music, he saw a fat black woman who seemed to be about 200 pounds standing on the stage. She was wearing a shiny tight dress, and there was a band behind her. Her curly and fluffy long hair was tied behind her head with a hairpin. Her whole head looked like a large pineapple. Jiang Hai, who originally thought that this sound was quite good, lost interest in an instant. But below the stage, there were many tall guys who were listening with great interest. "Boss, wait here first. I'll see if those old guys are here." Regardless of whether Jiang Hai was interested in listening or not, in AI Dehua's view, they came here not to listen to music, but to recruit people. So he said something to Jiang Hai and walked into the crowd in the distance. As for Jiang Hai, he sat in front of the bar not far away and looked around. "Hello, what can I do for you?" At this moment, a blonde girl wearing a white shirt and a plaid skirt came over and asked Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai knew that this set of clothes was the standard clothes for the bartender here. No matter if it was a man or a woman, they had to wear it because it was said that the boss here, the military officer, was Scottish, so he usually wore it at home. Jiang Hai had reservations about men wearing skirts, but the girl was quite beautiful in it. The girl in front of him was a very beautiful girl. She was about 1.65 meters tall, with blonde hair, light blue eyes, and some small freckles on her white and tender skin. She looked really pure. "A glass of beer, thank you." Unfortunately, Jiang Hai was not a lecher. Naturally, he wouldn't say anything inexplicable. He just glanced at the price list on the bar and ordered a glass of beer. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the girl went to the side, got a beer glass, and placed it in front of Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai took the beer and drank it. It was a German dark beer. The taste was a bit bitter, but the aftertaste was good. Although it was not as good as the ale brewed by Old Thor, it was still drinkable. "You look very unfamiliar. Is this your first time here?" The bar here was different from the underground bar on the other side. Most of the people in the bar here were middle-aged men in their 40s. They were different from the young people on the other side. There was an old saying in Huaxia, "No doubts at 40." It meant that men would no longer be confused after 40, although there was no such saying in the United States. However, men in the United States at the age of 40 were basically married and had established a career. Moreover, those who could come here to drink were basically not lacking in money. Such people had strong self-control and were very stable. Now that Jiang Hai, a young man of 26 or 27 years old, had suddenly joined them, it really made the girl a little curious. Today's second update, continuously delivered. Chapter 117. It's my first time here. Putting down the glass in his hand, Jiang Hai nodded to the girl with a smile. "Are you here to go to school?" "Which school?" Hearing Jiang Hai admit it, the girl also chuckled and asked, "Oh no, looking at my age, I don't look like someone who went to school. It's been a long time since I graduated. I bought a manor here and raise cows and fish." Hearing the girl's words, Jiang Hai explained, "Wow, I didn't expect you to be a capitalist." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, The girl's eyes narrowed, and she said with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also knew that she was joking, but it was the first time he was told this by someone else. Let's get to know each other. My name is Karma Cliff. I work here. I don't see many people of my age all year round. Looking at Jiang Hai's shy smile, the girl here took the initiative to reach out her hand, shook Jiang Hai's hand, and introduced herself. My name is Jiang Hai. If you have time in the future, you are welcome to come to my manor to play. Shaking the other party's soft little hand, Jiang Hai also said with a chuckle. Hearing his words, the girl in front of him showed a hint of surprise. Do you want to ask me out? Hearing the girl's words, Jiang Hai was embarrassed again. Well, he really doesn't know how to get in touch with girls, and to be honest, Jiang Hai was just being polite. Well, I'm just teasing you. Haha, it seems that you shouldn't come here often in the future. You should go to the left side to play. The pace here is too slow for you. It will make you stupid. Seeing Jiang Hai's wonderful expression, the girl here couldn't help but laugh. Hearing her hearty laughter, Jiang Hai also touched his nose and smiled a little awkwardly. Hey, Karma, give me a glass of whiskey. At this moment, a female voice suddenly came from the door, and then in Jiang Hai's sight, a woman dressed in a fairly urban style came in from the outside. This woman looks about the same age as Jiang Hai. She's also a white woman, very good-looking, with long straight blonde hair, wearing a white woman suit. She looks well-behaved, but she gives people a different kind of aura. The woman said as she walked forward. Then she sat in a position separated from Jiang Hai. She supported her head with one hand as if she had a headache. Karma, who was chatting with Jiang Hai, couldn't help but frown after hearing the woman's words. He turned and walked back to the bar, but he didn't pour whiskey, as the woman said. Instead, he poured a glass of milk and put it in front of the woman. When the woman looked up and saw the milk in front of her, she was stunned. I say, sister, in your current state, you still want to drink? Don't joke around, drink this glass of milk quickly, and then go back to sleep. Knocking on the bar in front of her, the girl said with a look of displeasure. It's not like I can't afford it, really. Hearing Karma's words, although the girl was a little upset, she didn't refute, but after whispering, she picked up the milk in front of her and drank it. Looking at the pair of sisters next to him, Jiang Hai couldn't help but look at them curiously. These two girls do look a little alike, but he has to admit that whether it is the elder sister or the younger sister, in Jiang Hai's aesthetic view, they are very beautiful women. Huh, you are. Probably feeling Jiang Hai's gaze, the elder sister, who was originally smiling bitterly, couldn't help but turn her head and make eye contact with Jiang Hai. She said strangely. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was also a little embarrassed. It was really impolite to look at the other party so directly, so he smiled and nodded, then turned away. But unexpectedly, when this woman saw Jiang Hai, she stood up and walked directly to Jiang Hai and sat down. Then she kept looking at Jiang Hai. Feeling her gaze, this time Jiang Hai was even more embarrassed. Have we met before? Looking at Jiang Hai, the elder sister asked strangely. I don't think so. After thinking about it, Jiang Hai didn't seem to have seen this woman, so he couldn't help but say weakly, Hey, it's rare. My elder sister actually took the initiative to hit on a boy. But elder sister, you are not being honest. This is the big capitalist that your younger sister took a fancy to, and there is a manor in his house. Hearing Jiang Hai's awkward words and the elder sister's gaze, Karma over there couldn't help but run over with a smile, teasing Jiang Hai and her elder sister with a smile on her face. Manor? That's right. You really don't know me? My name is Sandy Clive, a teacher at Winthrowtown Elementary School. We have met in Boston. Hearing her sister's words, the girl here was more certain that she had met Jiang Hai, and immediately said to Jiang Hai. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai thought for a moment. It seems that there is such a thing. It should be the first time he went to Boston to play. As a result, in a ship museum, he met this girl with some children. Later, in the dessert shop outside, he met this teacher again. It seems that she has some misunderstandings or something. In the end, if Delia George didn't pass by and help him explain it clearly, maybe he would have to explain it to the police. Oh, I remember it's you. Hearing Sandy's words, Jiang Hai immediately nodded and said, "Well, it's easy now that you remember. I remember you're also from Winthrop Town, and there's a manor. I don't know if I can visit it." Seeing that Jiang Hai remembered her, Shinny Clive also smiled, but then said. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was confused. What's going on? A beautiful woman took the initiative to ask to go to his house. Is it because spring is coming and the peach blossoms are about to bloom? Thinking of this, Jiang Hai said that he was a little confused. His first thought was, does this woman named Shinny Clive know that he is rich, so she has some ideas about him? If that was really the case, then it was better for him not to agree. What if she got a bag? What'd he do then? But Jiang Hai can't refuse a beautiful woman like this. He just looked at this woman and was a little confused. Of course, little girl from the Clive family. But just as Jiang Hai was about to refuse, Edward Anderson's rough voice also came from behind. Jiang Hai looked back and found that behind him, there were several big men standing at this time. Compared with the cowboys found by Robbins, the people found by A.I. Dehua seemed to be bigger. When they saw Jiang Hai looking at them, these people nodded their heads with good intentions. Uncle Anderson. Hearing A.I. Dehua's words, Shinny Clive immediately spoke. Our boss's manor has always welcomed you, right, boss? Hearing the girl's words, A.I. Dehua also smiled softly, then deliberately touched Jiang Hai with the tip of his elbow, indicating that he should agree first. Although he was a little confused, Jiang Hai still knew that A.I. Dehua should not cheat him. So he first adjusted his mood, swallowed the words that he wanted to refuse, and then nodded to Shinny Clive in front of him. It's my honor. Hearing that, Jiang Hai also agreed. Shinny Clive's face looked like she had completed a mission, and she was relieved in an instant. Then, she set a time with Jiang Hai. Since he has agreed to let her come, Jiang Hai doesn't care. Tomorrow, he may be a little busy, because if these fishermen pass the interview, he will come over tomorrow to sign the contract with them. But after the day after tomorrow, there is nothing to do. Hearing Jiang Hai say that the day after tomorrow, Shinny Clive was also very anxious, so she directly set a time for the day after tomorrow. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the day after tomorrow, she will visit Jiang Hai's manor. When Jiang Hai was still a little confused, she had already finished ordering, then she drank the milk and left quickly. As for Karma Cliff next to her, she looked at her sister's appearance and was also a little worried. After apologizing to Jiang Hai, she went out to check on her sister's situation. After the little girl also left, only A.I. Dehua, Jiang Hai, and the few people that A.I. Dehua brought over were left in front of the bar. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Hai also looked at the few people standing here. There were a total of 4 people standing in front of Jiang Hai. 4 of them were uncles, 2 were white, 1 was black, and the last one looked like a Latin American. The 4 of them were very strong. While Jiang Hai was looking at them, they were also looking at Jiang Hai. Boss, let me introduce you. This is Tommy Charles, the best sailor in Winthrop apart from me. Ha, I'm just kidding, but he is indeed a good sailor. When he was young, he worked at the Newfoundland fishery and held the record for catching the king of fish for 2 years. He once caught 16 bluefin tunas in George Shallow Bay in 2 months. He is quite famous there. This time, it was me who intercepted him. He was originally planning to work at the North Sea fishery in Europe. After Jiang Hai and everyone greeted each other with their eyes, A.I. Dehua also introduced them. The first person he introduced was a white man. This white man looked to be around 45 or 46 years old. He was younger than A.I. Dehua, but he was as big as him. He was 192 meters tall, and his body was particularly big. His skin was white with a hint of reddish-black. This was because he often went out to sea and was exposed to the sun. The hair on his head was shaved clean, but he had a brown beard. He looked funny and scary. Compared to A.I. Dehua, he was now in the peak state of being a fisherman. His physical fitness was above average, and his experience had reached the limit. He was in the best state of being a fisherman. After hearing A.I. Dehua's introduction, he immediately reached out his hand to Jiang Hai. He shook hands with Jiang Hai and said, "Nice to meet you." Jiang Hai also shook hands with him. After seeing the two get to know each other, A.I. Dehua continued to introduce him. Today's second update should be back on Monday. Let's stop here first. Please support Xiao Fei. Thank you. Chapter 118. This is Eleanor Moses, a legendary sailor in the Gulf of Mexico. He once went into the sea alone to catch a tiger shark. He was known as the Black Conqueror. After introducing Tommy Charles, Edward Anderson introduced the middle-aged black man next to him. This black man looks to be about 50 years old. Although there are no wrinkles on his face, most of the thin, curly hair on his scalp has turned white. Compared to the talkative Philip in Jiang Hai's manner, this man is much more serious. When he heard AI Dahua's introduction, he also stretched out his hand. Don't listen to him. I was just unlucky. My spear pierced into the body of a tiger shark. As a result, that guy carried me for 50 nautical miles, but fortunately I won in the end. While shaking hands with Jiang Hai, Eleanor Moses said with a serious face. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also smiled. In any case, this guy caught a tiger shark. This is Andrew Christian, our Captain Jack. Hearing Eleanor's words, AI Dahua didn't care. He smiled and patted the middle-aged Latino man next to him. Hello, my name is Andrew Christian. Lima, you can call me Andrew. Hearing AI Dahua's words, the middle-aged Latino man smiled and said to Jiang Hai, according to AI Dahua, this man is called Andrew Christian. Well, Jiang Hai was too lazy to say the rest of his name. Anyway, this man used to work in the Peruvian fishery in Peru a long time ago. He had quite good skills, and it was said that he also owned a boat. Later, it was said that he went to the Caribbean Sea to make a lot of money and immigrated to the United States. So many people call him the Lucky Captain Jack. Later, in 2000, because of poor investment, he went bankrupt. Then he went to California, the North Sea fishery, and the Newfoundland fishery. But since there was no fish in Newfoundland, he settled down in Boston by accident. His main income is catching tuna or lobsters every year. Latin Americans were also very hardworking, so although his income was unstable and he could not make much money, he was still able to survive. But this time, when he heard that Jiang Hai wanted to recruit a permanent member, he still came. And because AI Dahua's skills were very good, he also agreed to let him try. For this opportunity, he must seize it. AI Dahua. The last one is called Marlon Rupert. He was my colleague in California for 3 years. There is no problem with his skills. Most importantly, he can fly all the boats and planes. AI Dahua finally introduced a white uncle. But this uncle's height was the shortest among all the people here, only about 1.8 meters. Even Jiang Hai was a lot taller than him. At the same time, although his body was very strong, compared to the others, he was thinner. Originally, Jiang Hai was still wondering if this uncle joined because of his strong skills. Now, after listening to AI Dahua, he understood that this uncle knew how to fly a plane. As a fisherman, it was not a big deal to know how to sail a boat. To be honest, among the 6 crew members that Jiang Hai met, except for Philip, who did not know how to sail a boat, the others knew how to sail a boat. Tommy and Eleanor were good at it, and Andrew started his career as a captain. But when it came to flying a plane, it seemed that only Marlon Rupert knew how to do it. Jiang Hai had studied it when he came back today. His current stall was not small. It was time to buy an airplane. Of course, for the time being, he did not need to think about luxury airliners and the like. However, an agricultural plane and a helicopter were still very much needed. But there was a problem. Even if he had these things, no one would know how to fly them. Jiang Hai asked Bell that night. It was obvious that Bell, a Special Forces soldier, had not been taught how to fly an agricultural plane before, so he only had a license to fly a helicopter. He did not have an agricultural plane either. Now that he had recruited Marlon, he could use him as a driver. Hello. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai immediately shook hands with Marlon. After the few of them got to know each other, they went to find a round table and sat down. They began to talk about recruiting them to Jiang Hai's manor. To be honest, I pay Uncle AI Dahua a fixed salary of $1,200 per week, and if there are abundant fish at sea, there will naturally be rewards. Today, he just received a reward of $10,000, so I won't treat you badly. You just come to my manor, so I'll first talk about the issues of money and treatment. As for money, since you're new here, I'll temporarily set it at $1,000 per week. My manor has a small standalone villa for you to live in. You'll have to pay for the monthly water, electricity, and gas costs. I'll pay for the internet. I'll pay for the accommodation. I'll pay for the food. And I'll make sure there's enough beef and fish every day. As for vegetables, it depends on the season and the output of our manor itself. Jiang Hai slowly explained as he looked at the people in front of him. Business was business. Now that he wanted to hire these people and not just ask them to come over for help, he naturally had to make things clear. After hearing that Jiang Hai would give them a weekly salary of $1,000 per week, the eyes of two of the four people sitting there immediately lit up. They were instantly eager to give it a try. These two people were none other than Eleanor Cece and Andrew Christian. Although the United States did not allow racial discrimination on the surface, it was actually everywhere. It was always easier for white people to find jobs, while it was more difficult for other people of color to find jobs. Even if they did find jobs, their wages were lower than white people's. Eleanor Cece and Andrew Christian's situation was similar. These two people's standard was no worse than any white sailors, but they always received the least money, especially Andrew Christian. His life was more miserable, so to Tommy and Marlon, a weekly salary of $1,000 was not bad. It was enough to tempt them. They already couldn't wait to join Jiang Hai's manor. That's the main thing. If you're willing, you can go back tonight and prepare. I'll come back tomorrow morning. After signing the contract, you can move into my manor. Looking at the people in front of him, Jiang Hai explained the basic terms of the contract to them. Then he looked at the people in front of him and said, "I'm very willing, and I have no problem with that." As soon as Jiang Hai's voice fell, Andrew and Eleanor expressed their willingness to go. For them, a stable income of $52,000 a year was quite a wonderful thing. Most importantly, if they went fishing and caught something, they would be given a bonus. They didn't think too much about the bonus. $20,000 a year was enough. $70,000 a year was enough to wake them up laughing in their dreams. I don't have any other questions. Is there a fixed percentage of the bonus? After hesitating for a while, Tommy Charles thought about it and said to Jiang Hai. He was more concerned about this. Basically, it won't exceed 5% of each harvest. Of course, if there are unexpected gains, it'll be calculated separately. But as long as you don't lose money, I'll still give you the bonus. But there's no way to fix it. It mainly depends on my mood. Hearing Tommy Charles's words, Jiang Hai shrugged. He knew that the employment situation in the United States wasn't very optimistic. Basically, many people couldn't find a job in the United States. For example, this Tommy Charles. If it weren't for Jiang Hai's recruitment, he might have gone to Europe. So Jiang Hai didn't paint too big a picture for them. He just said very calmly, "I'm in." Before Tommy Charles could make his stance clear, Marlon Rupert spoke up. "Then I'll join too. Congratulations, boss. You've gained the loyalty of 4 good men." Seeing that Marlon Rupert had agreed, Tommy Charles couldn't say anything else. To be honest, he had only hesitated for a moment. The salary offered by the North Sea was €900 per week, which was equivalent to $988 per week. Most importantly, the prospect of leaving home aside, there was no clear indication of the bonus. At the same time, it was an ocean-going fishing boat. One would have to stay on the boat for a few months. For a few months, it was good enough to have instant noodles to eat, let alone beef. There was no way to eat beef. So in general, Jiang Hai's job was much better than in Europe. Originally, before Marin Rupert agreed, he wanted to see if he could add more. Now that Marin Rupert had agreed, what else could he say? Naturally, he agreed immediately. Jiang Hai naturally knew what he was thinking. He didn't need a few $100s. But he didn't like his subordinates hiding things from him. So when he saw that Tommy Charles understood so quickly, he chuckled. It was good that he understood. If he hesitated again, or said that he would tell Jiang Hai the next day, Jiang Hai might not want him anymore. At worst, he could recruit again. With the current employment situation in the United States, other things were hard to find, but there were plenty of people. Since everyone has agreed, I think you can go back and pack up. Those with families can also bring them to live in the manor. This is also a benefit. The meat and fish they eat will be provided by me for free. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in front of the Winthrop law firm. Now that everything had been booked, Jiang Hai chatted with them for a while. At around 8 p.m., Jiang Hai left. Of course, before leaving, he also paid the bill. Now that he was a boss who didn't lack money, it didn't matter if his subordinates paid for their drinks. After Jiang Hai left, I naturally had to leave as well. After the two left the bar, Jiang Hai didn't go to sleep in the back seat this time. Instead, he sat in the front passenger seat because he had something to say to AI Dahua. Of course, it wasn't about the 4 new crew members. To be honest, Jiang Hai was very satisfied with the 4 people. What he didn't understand was why AI Dahua agreed to let Sandy come to his house. Today's update. I only came back last night. Looking at the book review section, it seems like I did not post the wrong chapter. Hee. Let me explain about the pond in the book review section. Xiao Fei also knew that tuna were the same as some sharks. They could not stop swimming. Once they stopped swimming, they would die. Therefore, they could not be placed in the reservoir. Generally speaking, when such fish were caught, they would be killed directly and sold as ice. Originally, Xiao Fei also thought the same. But a few days ago, Xiao Fei bought a book about marine fish. Because tuna were very precious, some non-ocean-going fishing boats were designed to open up the 2 sides of the ship. When the ship sailed, the ocean water would flow in from the front and out from the back. This way, there would be a flow of water in the tank of the ship. The fish stored in the tank would need to constantly swim in order to not be washed away by the current. This way, the fish that needed to swim could be raised for a short period of time. However, this time was very short, at most 1 or 2 hours. Moreover, the cost was very high. Because the ship needed to be split into 2 halves, the hardness of the hull would be affected. These were all problems that ocean-going fishing boats couldn't do. Xiao Fei didn't write these things in the chapter. If there was any doubt, Xiao Fei would explain it to everyone. Chapter 119. Boss, are you wondering why I directly agreed to let the little girl from the Clive family come to our manor? AI Dahua said to Jiang Hai as he got in the car, started the engine, and drove out. In fact, just now he saw that Jiang Hai was puzzled, but he didn't say it clearly. Now he can tell Jiang Hai. Why? Seeing that Edward Anderson was willing to talk, Jiang Hai couldn't help but look at him. Speaking of which, although they have only been together for a few months, Jiang Hai still trusts the people in his manor. Especially for the 2 people, Robbins and AI Dahua, who he personally appointed to manage the other cowboys and fishermen. Jiang Hai came to the United States for the first time. If he didn't have a few confidants around him, it would be really difficult. These 2 old men are Jiang Hai's confidants. It is precisely because of this that Jiang Hai didn't ask directly just now. It seems that boss doesn't care much about the recent news. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Edward Anderson smiled and talked to Jiang Hai while driving. Don't you know that Boston was hit by a snow disaster this year? Looking at Jiang Hai, Edward Anderson said with a puzzled look. I know this. I heard that the businessmen in the city also made a fortune because of this. As for what AI Dahua said, Jiang Hai had also seen it in the news. Because Boston was located near the Atlantic Ocean, it was rainy in summer and snowy in winter. This year's winter was the same. The amount of snow in Boston broke the limit of previous years, causing a lot of impact on traffic and so on. From the beginning of the snow in November until now, Boston's snowstorm warning had not been lifted. But for Jiang Hai, a snow disaster is nothing. First, his house is very strong. Second, when it snows, they will always clean up, although the snow on the roadside has accumulated to almost 1.5 meters. However, for Jiang Hai's normal life, the snow disaster did not cause any problems for him. Oh, that's in the urban area of Boston. Winthrop is not so lucky. Several classrooms and gymnasiums in the town's elementary school were crushed by the snow this year. The mayor and the principal of the town's elementary school have been collecting donations for the town's elementary school in recent days, but the effect is not very good. School will start in 10 days, and they may be the most anxious now. Edward Anderson shrugged and said slowly after hearing Jiang Hai's words. Jiang Hai seemed to have heard about this news a few days ago, but he forgot about it in the blink of an eye. For a commoner like him, his previous life was to clean the snow in front of his own door and not ask about the frost on the roof of other people's roof. After coming to the United States, he was the same. As long as he was happy, he couldn't be bothered to care about other people and things as long as they cared about him. When it collapsed, it was about the middle of December. Fortunately, the school was already on holiday at that time, so only a few rooms collapsed and there were no casualties. However, for the people in the town, this was not good news. In fact, when it comes to donations, the people of the United States are more generous and active than the people of other countries. Of course, in addition to the problem of the people's hearts, it is also related to the policies of the United States. Donations can be deducted from taxes, and the amount of deduction is very high. Sometimes, $1 can be deducted from $1.15 in taxes. It is precisely because of this that many rich people in the United States have the reputation of being philanthropists. Because not only can this help them become famous and spread the awareness of kindness, but it can also give them enough financial compensation. Logically speaking, there are many rich people in Boston, but these rich people don't need to care about the elementary school in Winthrop. In fact, there are not many rich people in Winthrop. Moreover, the current economic situation is not very good. Just by relying on these ordinary townspeople, $1 and $2 per person, they can only get a few $1,000s in total. They can't even build a classroom, let alone a gymnasium. From this, it can be seen that the people of the United States are conflicted. It is easy for Jiang Hai to say this. When he was in elementary school, the elementary school was very old. During the winter, there was no heating and the windows were broken. They used plastic sheets to cover the winter. It was not until he was in 3rd grade that the school was renovated. After the school was renovated, they changed the heating and new glass. But even so, every winter, the students still need to use cloth strips and paste from home to cover the cracks of the windows. It was only when he was in junior high school that the windows were made of plastic steel. So, for Jiang Hai, it is nothing to suffer a little in school. But it seems that the people of the United States do not think this way. No matter how hard it is, they can't let the children suffer. This is their education policy. If they want to build something, they will build the best. In the United States, there is no such thing as making do. Then why did you ask her to come here now? Do you want me to donate? Hearing Edward Anderson's words, Jiang Hai nodded and asked strangely. He roughly understood what AI Dahua meant. He should want him to donate. Whether to donate or not, and how much to donate, it is actually up to you, boss. But if you don't even give them a chance to persuade you, it will cause a certain blow to your reputation in the town. To be honest, boss, your reputation in the town is not very good now. AI Dahua shrugged and said to Jiang Hai. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he laughed self-deprecatingly. It seems like this is the case. Other rich people, after arriving at a place, would benefit the village. However, Jiang Hai didn't seem to have such a practice. Usually, he stays in his manor and has no communication with the people in the town. The only communication he had was when he sent more than a dozen bastards in the town to prison and almost destroyed the police station. Although this matter cannot be blamed on Jiang Hai, it is still not enough to make the residents of the town like Jiang Hai. No matter where to invest, it is very important to have a good relationship with the locals. Even in China, some bosses who go to the countryside to build factories need to have a good relationship with the people in the village. Otherwise, it is not a good thing to come and make trouble every 2 or 3 days. What's more, Jiang Hai is still in the United States. Since Jiang Hai came, it seems that for the people of Winthrop, Jiang Hai has not done a good thing. As for the tax on the manor, it is the money collected by the government. It has nothing to do with them. In addition, Jiang Hai's way of doing things is indeed a little bad. This also makes it difficult for Robbins, AI Dahua, and the others to be sandwiched between Jiang Hai and the residents. But fortunately, although Jiang Hai has not done anything good, he has not done anything bad either. If the maximum favorability value is 100, then Jiang Hai's relationship with the town's residents is 49. It is basically still in a neutral state. There are only a few negative reactions. These negative reactions also came from the families of the bastards who were sent to prison by him. You mean I should do something to change my impression among the town's residents? After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai said to Edward Anderson. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Dahua shrugged. He was just giving an opinion. What to do is still up to Jiang Hai. Of course, if Jiang Hai wants to fight to the end, maybe they will still stand on Jiang Hai's side. But if they really wait until Jiang Hai and the town's residents are like fire and water, they may choose to side with their families and hometown. At least Jiang Hai is not very confident in his personal charm. Okay, let's wait and see. After thinking about it for a while, Jiang Hai realized that the cost of building a few classrooms wasn't a big deal. The cost of building a classroom was only about $10,000 in the US. A few classrooms and a basketball court wouldn't cost more than $100,000. However, Jiang Hai's current mindset was still the same as before. Let alone $100,000. Even if it is only $10, he is not willing to give it to others for no reason. He is also not comfortable. What is his is. Even if he doesn't want it or destroys it, it is still his. No one is allowed to take it away. But if the money is to build a good relationship with the town's residents, to leave a good impression on the government, and most importantly, to offset part of the taxes, then Jiang Hai seems to be willing to give it up. Jiang Hai, who has been thinking about this matter, returned home not long after. The next day, after walking Jiang Hai's dog and checking on his horse, he and AI Daha drove to town together. Today was the day to sign the contract with the fisherman, and Jiang Hai himself had already made up his mind last night. So today, he didn't come here in AI Dawa's car. Instead, he drove his F650 into town. Hi, boss. In front of the town's lawyer's office, Jiang Hai saw a row of cars parked there. When Jiang Hai and AI Dawa's car drove over, the people in these cars jumped out. One or two people looked at Jiang Hai. Needless to say, these people are the fishermen that Jiang Hai saw yesterday. In addition to them, there are also their families. Jiang Hai said that their families can also live in the manor. This is a benefit. Fishermen spend a lot of time at sea all year round, but compared to cowboys, their income is really high. It is even not less than white-collar workers who work in companies. In this world, although money is not omnipotent, it is absolutely impossible to do without money. With money, they also have a relatively stable family. Unlike Robbins and the others, except for Philip, who used to be a sailor, who had a wife, the others were either single or divorced. These crew members brought their wives with them. Even if they had children, they would be too embarrassed to bring them along. Today's second update, continuously delivered. Chapter 120. Hey, you've been waiting for a long time. Getting out of the car, Jiang Hai looked at the fisherman in front of him and said with a chuckle. Looking at the front of the parking lot, the tire marks on the snow have been blown away by the wind. It can be seen that they should have been here for a while. No, we just arrived. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Andrew Christian immediately shook his head and said. Behind him, there was a woman who also looked like a Latin American. She may be younger than Andrew Christian. She should be his wife. In the chaotic South America, this was not a rare thing. Marrying him can get a resident status in the United States. If he didn't come to the United States early, even if he went back now, he would definitely be the hottest and most fragrant woman in the world. Women younger than her would be happy to throw themselves into his arms. Hello, since you're all here, let's go sign the contract. You can go back and pack up in a while. Although the villa and the manor has not been lived in for a while, the basic things are there. You only need to bring some personal belongings there. I will ask AI Daha to take you to familiarize yourself with the manor first. Seeing that there was a woman behind each of them, Jiang Hai nodded to them and then said to the four people standing there. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the few people here naturally didn't have anything to disagree with. They immediately nodded. Then, the few of them went upstairs together. The law firm in this small town actually had lawyers, but there were only a total of 3 people who actually had a lawyer's license. Moreover, they were all second-rate swordsmen who didn't have much ability and came here to waste their time. They may not even have memorized the Constitution of the United States. If anyone wants to sue them, they will really lose. This law firm had only two roles. First, when the court of the town began to hear cases, if there were no lawyers, they would go and make a guest appearance. Second, they would issue labor contracts for the employing units in the town. Labor contracts were basically the same. It said what Party A and Party B needed to do. The only thing that needed to be filled in was salary and some benefits. Jiang Hai had come here more than once to fill in the form. He was familiar with the process and quickly completed the procedures for the four people. Then the four people immediately drove back home to pack their things. As for AI Dahua, he went with them. Today, he deliberately drove the F-750, not only for transportation, but also to help them carry some things. Compared with Robbins and the other bachelors, these guys who asked their families to take care of them always had a lot of luggage. The reference point was Philemon Turner, who had a lot of toys in his house. After these people left, Jiang Hai didn't return home. Instead, he drove to the town's primary school in the southeast of the town. Winthrop Town wasn't too big, but it wasn't too small either. Compared to Australia and Canada, the United States population of 300 million wasn't considered vast, but sparsely populated. Of course, compared to China, it was quite vast but sparsely populated. Although it was located in the greater Boston area, it was basically in a peripheral state. The entire state of Massachusetts had a population of more than 6 million. The population concentrated in Boston, Cambridge, Newton, Quincy, Revere, and Chelsea had reached more than 3 million. Winthrop was a remote town that was only halfway to the airport. The permanent population was about 20,000 people, less than 30,000. In this small town, there was a university, 3 middle schools, and 3 primary schools. It could be seen that the density of schools was really good. Aside from a university, among the 3 middle schools and 3 primary schools, one of them was built by the town, which was the so-called national school. The other 2 were private. Compared to China, the public schools were better and the private schools were worse. It was the opposite in the United States. Private schools were better and public schools were worse. After all, the investment and corresponding groups of the 2 were not the same. In China, teachers were more willing to teach in public schools because it was a secure job. Even if the school couldn't make it, they could still go through the internal channels of the Education Bureau and continue teaching in other schools. Private teachers, on the other hand, had a similar income as public teachers. They had to worry about what would happen if the school failed. In the United States, it was the opposite. There was no secure job in the United States. Moreover, the income and social status of civil servants were not as high as in China. Therefore, not many people would enter the system. Moreover, the education system in the United States was divided into 2 parts. One part was universal. That meant that if one didn't have money, he could go to a public school. There were almost no fees. If one was from a well-off family and wanted to go to an elite school, they would have to go to a private school. The country didn't interfere with the fees charged by these schools, because to put it bluntly, it was a matter of willingness. Therefore, these private schools were profit-making institutions. The money invested could be recovered. Therefore, they were more willing to pay a higher price to hire teachers. In the United States, private schools had better facilities and better teachers. This was inevitable. The money earned here was more than twice as much as the national schools. These schools, which were not short of money, would naturally not care if they were hit by a snowstorm. If one building collapsed, it would not be a problem for them to build 2 more. This was because they could recover the money from the students' tuition fees. However, public schools could not do so. But even so, there would always be some people who wanted to devote themselves to education. Although Jiang Hai was not a noble person, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be moved by these people. Jiang Hai drove through the streets of Winthrop. It wasn't long before the new year, and the festive atmosphere was still very strong. This was the first time Jiang Hai drove through the town without a clear destination. Usually, he was lazy to shop. If he wanted to buy clothes or eat, he would just go there and leave. He really didn't take a good look at this town. Compared to some metropolises, Winthrop's modern elements were much lower. There were more bungalows than skyscrapers. In the whole town, there were only a dozen buildings with more than 5 floors. The snow on the roadside made this town look like a fairy tale. If it weren't for the fact that there were more white people with blonde hair and blue eyes walking on the roadside, Zhanghai might have mistaken this place for a small town in China. Perhaps it was because it was still the holidays, so there were a lot of young people on the streets. It was much livelier than the last time Zhanghai came to buy clothes. However, what made Zhanghai the most unhappy was that the young men and women in the United States were too open. Each and every one of them was hugging and cuddling on the streets. What kind of nonsense was this? Every time he looked at them, it would cause 10,000 more damage to Zhanghai, this golden bachelor dog. The cold air and the white world couldn't stop the love of the couples on the street at all. They snuggled up to each other, leaned in each other's arms, and rubbed their ears against each other to warm each other up. Some girls carefully held their boyfriend's arms. Some girls directly stuffed their hands into each other's pockets to keep warm. Some couples sat in front of the window of a convenience store with steaming coffee and snacks in their hands, looking at the quiet town outside, the romance and warmth in the town, as well as the smell of surging hormones, made Zhanghai quite uncomfortable. F***CK. I hope all the lovers in the world are brothers and sisters. Finally, he looked at a square in the distance. A girl was squatting there, and a boy was hugging the girl from behind. The two of them had their faces close to each other, talking and flirting. Zhanghai's heart was completely occupied by the shadow. His original idea of donating was extinguished in an instant. With the idea of being a positive person, Zhanghai rolled up the window again, then stepped on the accelerator and rushed to the southeast of the town. This was why he hated going out shopping. I'm destined to be a lone star. Muttering softly, Zhanghai drove and couldn't help but recall his 27 years of life. When he was young, his mind matured late. When he was in junior high and high school, he also had crushes, but he didn't dare to pursue others. At that time, he liked to play games more. When he went to university, it was supposed to be the season of love, but unfortunately, he didn't fall in love. Later, he worked and stayed at home, so he didn't have the chance to accept other girls. Although it wasn't that he hadn't touched a girl before, his first time was when he drank too much and sacrificed himself to the big sword. For the rest of the time, only little left and little right accompanied him. Later, he finally got married. His wife was so beautiful, but unfortunately, his wife didn't like him. In the end, after getting married, he still had to rely on little left and little right. Finally, he had money and became a rich man. His family property was hundreds of millions, but he still had to rely on little left and little right. AI, only you two are the most loyal to me. It will be New Year's soon. Should I buy a doll to reward myself? I heard that the quality of the dolls produced in Japan is not much different from a real person. Looking at the wind and snow outside, Zhanghai muttered softly. He didn't know why, but as he spoke, he suddenly felt a little sad. When he didn't have money, he thought about having money. Now that he had money, the biggest problem was still not solved. Just as Zhanghai was in a depressed mood, his car slowly drove to the gate of the town's elementary school. Looking from a distance, the situation of the town's elementary school was indeed not very optimistic at this time. There were originally a lot of houses, but 3 in the northwest corner had collapsed. Behind the houses, a small house that looked more like a warehouse than a gymnasium had also collapsed. It seems that it's really not very optimistic. Temporarily putting away his original sour thoughts, Zhanghai looked at the school inside from the window and whispered softly. Today's update, 2 chapters in a row. Chapter 121. Hey, young man, what's the matter? Just as Zhanghai was looking at the school in front of him in the car, suddenly the door of a small guard booth in the school opened. An old man wearing a thick cotton-padded coat came out and asked Zhanghai with a serious face. Hearing his words, Zhanghai didn't dare to be arrogant. He directly opened the door and jumped down from inside. Oh, this is the case. I want to ask, is Teacher Clive here? Walking to the gate of the school, Zhanghai said to the old man opposite him. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man looked at him with a puzzled look. Come in and wait, I'll ask. Anyway, it's the school holiday now. At present, except for the principal and the people who raise funds to build the school, he is the only one in the school. He is not afraid that Jiang Hai is a bad guy. So he opened the door for Jiang Hai and motioned him to come in and sit down. Jiang Hai thanked him and went into the small booth. As soon as he entered the small booth, Jiang Hai felt a warm air coming to his face. This small booth is warmer than Jiang Hai's car. Teacher Xanthi is on her way out. You wait for a while. After Jiang Hai entered the house, the old man also walked into the house, picked up the internal phone in the house, called the teacher in the school, and explained Jiang Hai's situation. After learning that Jiang Hai does know teacher Xanthi, the old man came to tell him and then sat opposite him. Okay. Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Hai also nodded with a smile, then continued to look at the school outside. Young man, are you from Winthrop? Maybe it's a little awkward to stay like this. The old man here took the initiative to ask. Well, I just came here last year. I have a green card here. I have a manor in the southwest of the town. Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Hai said to the old man with a smile, Oh, you're the boss of Green Forest? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man's eyes couldn't help but light up as he asked curiously. Yes. Regarding this identity, Jiang Hai had no reason to refuse and directly nodded in agreement. Wow, you stirred up a lot of trouble a few months ago, but it's really hard to imagine that with your small arms and legs. How did you cause so many people to fall? Looking at Jiang Hai's figure, the old man here said with some doubts. Would you believe me if I said it was luck? In this regard, Jiang Hai really didn't understand why, so he could only smile awkwardly. Don't joke around. I don't believe in God. Kid, since you're so powerful, you should have practiced it before, right? Removing mud to control a server? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man said as he mimicked Bruce Lee touching his nose. You can say that. Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Hai smiled even more awkwardly. Don't underestimate me. I was also a good fighter. If it was 40 years ago, you might not have been able to beat me. Seeing Jiang Hai's awkward smile, the old man seemed to be angry and boasted there. Listening to the old man's words, Jiang Hai smiled even more awkwardly, but since he was willing to talk, then Jiang Hai could only listen here. In fact, Jiang Hai's eyebrows had been twitching since he was 15 years old. Did this old man think that he hadn't read the history of Boston? As one of the first places to land on the American continent, in Massachusetts, except for the zoo, where are the wolves? At the age of 23, he also killed a polar bear and a penguin. These two animals should be in the Polar Museum. When have they been seen in nature? Even if Jiang Hai wasn't good at geography, he knew that penguins were from the South Pole. He even went to Las Vegas to gamble and earned $3 million. Well, Jiang Hai's heart was actually about to burst with joy, but he still pretended to be listening very seriously. When this old man bragged, it really made one's hair stand up in anger. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Jiang Hai was about to lose his patience, there was a knock on the window. Jiang Hai and the old man, who still wanted to continue, looked back and saw that Shinny Clive, whom Jiang Hai had just met yesterday, was leaning against the window outside the gazebo. I'm leaving. I'll come back to chat with you when I have time. Seeing that Shinny Clive was already here, Jiang Hai immediately wanted to leave. Although he still wanted to continue, the old man still wanted Jiang Hai to do serious business. So he patted Jiang Hai's shoulder and sent him out. As soon as he left the gazebo, Jiang Hai let out a long breath. Is Uncle Kyle telling you about his youth? Seeing Jiang Hai's expression, Shinny Clive outside the gazebo said with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but nod. The old man was too crazy when he was young. That's how he likes you. When he likes a young person, he will always tell him how brave he was when he was young. The more amazing he is, the more he likes you. To what extent did he tell you? While leading Jiang Hai into the school, Shinny Clive asked Jiang Hai curiously. I think he likes me very much, because he killed polar bears and penguins and also killed killer whales, and then he won 3 million yuan in gambling, but he paid the money to the people he injured. Hearing Shinny Clive, Jiang Hai thought for a moment. So he likes me very much. Oh, that's not bad, but it's not his favorite. Do you know what he said to my sister, Karma Cliff, whom you met last night? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Clive shrugged and said, I don't know. Jiang Hai froze for a moment. Could it be more exaggerated? Earned 30 million and beat 30 people. He told Karma that after he killed the killer whale, he pulled the killer whale's tail with one hand and dragged it ashore and gave it to the refugees on the Caribbean side for free. Hearing Jiang Hai's inquiry, Clive said with a smile, Okay. At this time, Jiang Hai admitted defeat. 30 million. What is 30 people? Although Jiang Hai hasn't seen how big the killer whale is, it should be at least 8 or 9 meters, 8 or 9 tons. Dragging ashore? No matter if others can do it or not, Jiang Hai can't do it anyway, even if he reaches the limit of human beings. Maybe it will be possible after he rises a few more levels. It seems that the sky is no longer the limit of the old man. His limit is the universe. By the way, what are you doing here this time? Didn't we agree to go to your place tomorrow? As the two talked, they walked into the school in the distance. After walking through the gate, Clive couldn't help but rub her hands. Although she only went out for a short while, she still felt very cold. After stamping her feet a few times and shaking off the snow on her shoes, she asked Jiang Hai, Well, can I ask, what is your main purpose for going to my place tomorrow? After thinking about it, Jiang Hai decided to ask directly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Clive's face flashed a trace of embarrassment. You also know that the classroom of the town's elementary school collapsed, so we need to raise some money to rebuild the elementary school, but the townspeople don't have much money. I mainly want to see the size of your manor tomorrow. If I'm sure you have some spare money, I hope you can donate some money. In this regard, Clive did not hide her purpose and said directly. When she said this, Jiang Hai was relieved, but at the same time, he also felt a little sour. Although after Ai Dahua finished speaking yesterday, he felt that the probability of this beauty wanting to hook up with him was not more than 1 in 1,000. But now that the other party had personally extinguished this 1 in 1,000 chance, Jiang Hai was still a little sour. Otaku, you love to fantasize the world's 3 great illusions. If you want to visit it, you're welcome to come back after spring. You won't see anything if you go now. You don't want to see my room, right? As for the donation you mentioned, Ai Dahua also told me yesterday. I think that as a citizen of this town, it is my duty to create a good learning environment for the children. So I came directly after signing the contract today. Looking at Clive, Jiang Hai shrugged and said to her with a smile, Really? That's great. Thank you very much for your kindness. The place to donate is here. I'll take you there. Hearing that Jiang Hai was actually here to donate, Clive was instantly overjoyed and said to Jiang Hai with a face full of excitement. Then she took Jiang Hai to an office not far away. At this time, there were a dozen people standing or sitting in this office. These people were the school's leaders and teachers. Of course, not all of the teachers. Although it was not a private school, the number of teachers in this school was definitely not less than 30. Otherwise, the school would not exist. Now, these people were looking at the accounts on the table in front of them with a frown. So far, they had only raised a total of $12,000, which was only enough to build 1 classroom. The money for 2 more classrooms and the gymnasium was not yet settled. Thinking of this, these people began to have a headache again. These teachers were all paid by the government. Although it wasn't a small amount, it wasn't a lot either. Usually, other than living expenses, they basically didn't have much left. Nearly half of the money was pooled by them, but they couldn't afford to pay any more. Everyone, this is Mr. Jiang Hai. He's here to donate. At this time, Jiang Hai and Clive walked in together. As soon as they came in, Sandy introduced Jiang Hai enthusiastically. Hearing her words, several people over there raised their heads and showed kind smiles. Young man, thank you for your kindness. I thank you on behalf of everyone in this school. How much do you want to donate? Hearing that Jiang Hai was here to donate, an old man sitting here stood up and asked Jiang Hai with a smile. May I ask, how much money is left? Jiang Hai shook hands with the old man and asked him, So far, we have only raised the money to build one classroom. There are 2 more classrooms and the gymnasium. Preliminary calculations, we need at least $50,000. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, a black female teacher sitting next to him said helplessly, "Then 60,000. Let's not say the least. No matter how hard it is, we can't let the children suffer. If we want to build it, we have to build it strong." Hearing the female teacher's words, Jiang Hai thought for a moment and said to the people in front of him with a smile. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, some of the lifeless rooms instantly quieted down. Almost everyone looked at Jiang Hai in surprise. 60,000? They were a little confused. Today's second update. Xiao Fei will be on the shelves on Friday. Please support and collect more. Chapter 122. I'm really grateful to you, young man. Looking at the check for $60,000 in Jiang Hai's hand, the principal of the town's elementary school held Jiang Hai's hand tightly with trembling hands and said gratefully, You're welcome." Jiang Hai really wanted to say that he was just trying to avoid paying taxes, but he really couldn't say that out loud. Before coming here this morning, Jiang Hai specially called his lawyer, Moses Adams. He asked about this matter. Although it was just a small donation of tens of thousands of dollars, Jiang Hai was a big client, so Moses Adams confirmed it as soon as he received Jiang Hai's call. The town's elementary school's donation collection was indeed within the scope of tax deductions, but it couldn't deduct too much. It could only deduct 80% of tax. In other words, the donation of $60,000 could offset the tax of $48,000. Although it was still a waste of $12,000, at least it would leave a good reputation. Jiang Hai was such a person. Otherwise, he wouldn't do it. If he wanted to do it, he would do his best. So after hesitating for a while, he felt that what AI Dahua said made sense. He was now in the United States. With the upgrade of the scales on his body, he couldn't easily leave here. Under such circumstances, instead of being stingy and building a car behind closed doors, it was better to build a good relationship with the people here. He didn't expect them to help him, but at least they wouldn't drag him down. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Hai was here today. In fact, he wasn't willing to part with $60,000. No, we still have to thank you. We're going to name the new stadium after you. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the principal didn't think so and still said excitedly. Upon hearing that he was going to name the stadium after himself, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he felt a little embarrassed. He suddenly felt that 60,000 was a little too little. Someone else was going to name a stadium after him. If this happened in China, it wouldn't be so easy. However, Jiang Hai, who was unwilling to fork out more money, could only laugh dryly. On the other hand, the principal and the teachers beside him were obviously still in a state of excitement. After all, the money problem that troubled them the most had been solved. The rest of the matter was much simpler. As long as a construction team was hired, the reconstruction of the 3 rooms and the gymnasium would be done very quickly. After all, the houses here were all bungalows. In addition to the shoddy construction in the United States, there are not many houses. The foundation was laid very well, so the foundation didn't need to be moved. They only needed to remove the main body of the house and rebuild it. Although it was winter now, it wasn't a problem for the construction team. The townspeople were still very concerned about this town's primary school. After all, it was a public primary school. Some students whose family conditions were not too good still hoped to study here. Therefore, as long as they didn't spend money and had time, they would come here to help. Because of this, there were still many people in town. It was also because of this that they almost didn't include the cost of labor. Otherwise, a gymnasium and 3 rooms couldn't be built with only $60,000 to $70,000. This money was enough to buy materials, but it was far from enough to pay for labor. However, Jiang Hai had never done engineering before, so he didn't understand this. Now, he was a little embarrassed by these people's praises. Looking at Jiang Hai's embarrassed expression, SH-20 Clive, who was beside him, reacted first. As a teacher, although she couldn't say that she had seen countless people, she could clearly see that these praises didn't make Jiang Hai feel very comfortable. Instead, it made him feel a little uncomfortable. This also showed that Jiang Hai's personality was a little introverted. Perhaps he would be very open in front of familiar people, but at least now, he was a little embarrassed. The reason why Jiang Hai came to donate money could be said to be inseparable from her. Now that Jiang Hai felt uncomfortable, she felt that it was also her responsibility, so she thought for a moment and took the initiative to speak up. This time, I'm really grateful to you. We don't have anything to say to you. It's also noon now. How about I treat you to lunch? Hearing SH20 Clive's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned. He originally planned to leave after donating the money, but he didn't expect that a beautiful woman would invite him to lunch now. What was going on? Hearing SH20 Clive's words, the old principal also reacted and said immediately, Yes, 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 look at me. I'm too busy talking. It's already noon. I guess Mr. Jiang is also hungry. Sandy, accompany Mr. Jiang to lunch. The money spent is on me. Forget it, principal. You don't have any money now. He was brought here by me, so naturally, I have to treat him. I don't know if Mr. Jiang will do me the honor. Hearing what the old principal said, SH20 Clive immediately said to him, then turned her head and said to Jiang Hai. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai smiled a little awkwardly, although he didn't want to trouble others. But since the conversation had already reached this point, it was not appropriate for him to say anything. He could only nod to show that he agreed. Seeing that Jiang Hai agreed, SH20 Clive also smiled, then took Jiang Hai out of the school again. In the United States, although almost every student after graduating from high school had a driver's license, because it also counted as credits, but not everyone had a car, especially some girls. Most boys liked cars, so when they graduated from high school, they would more or less beg their parents to buy them a car to show off. But girls were different. Sometimes they only learned to drive for credits. For example, SH20 Clive didn't have a car. Fortunately, her home was not far from the school. It only took her 10 minutes to walk there every day, so it was convenient. But today, she wanted to treat Jiang Hai to a meal. There weren't any good restaurants near the school, so they had to take Jiang Hai's car to go to town. After the two of them greeted the guard, they got into Jiang Hai's car. From here, it could be seen that Jiang Hai was really dull. Usually, in this kind of situation, the man would be very gentlemanly and open the door for the woman, but Jiang Hai just got into the driver's seat. This made SH20 Clive look at Jiang Hai with some confusion. This Jiang Hai is a bit interesting. Seeing that SH20 Clive had already gotten into the car, Jiang Hai smiled and asked her, Where are we going? Hearing Jiang Hai's question, SH20 Clive thought for a while and decided to take Jiang Hai to eat a good meal. Let's go eat steak. I know a French restaurant in town that is quite good. Hearing that they were going to eat French food, Jiang Hai calculated in his mind. French food was known as the most gorgeous and also the most expensive food in the world. Jiang Hai had wanted to eat there before he became rich, but after he became rich, he really didn't eat it. This was because French food was famous for its foie gras and snails, but Jiang Hai didn't like to eat either. As for steak, the French preferred to use the outer rib to make steak. For Jiang Hai, the outer rib was a bit fat. Compared to outer rib, he preferred to eat tenderloin, meat, and upper rib, which were all relatively thin. As for the marbled pattern, the pattern was indeed fat, but this thing almost melted after being roasted. When it entered the mouth, other than the fresh taste of butter, it didn't have the taste of fat. Moreover, even if he wanted to eat steak, he wouldn't eat it at home. Was it so easy to eat special grade A beef outside? But now, since it was Sandy who said it, Jiang Hai couldn't refuse. After all, the two were not very familiar with each other, so he just followed the host's wishes. So after asking for the way, Jiang Hai drove to the Western restaurant. On the way, the two were obviously embarrassed because Jiang Hai was a taciturn person. He wouldn't take the initiative to find a topic to chat with a girl. Otherwise, he wouldn't be as lonely as he was now. SH20 Clive, although an American girl, was a girl after all. Moreover, she and Jiang Hai weren't very familiar with each other. Today was only the third time they met, so there was nothing to talk about. For a while, the atmosphere in the car was very strange, but fortunately, Jiang Hai's driving skills were still very good after being optimized. The car was fast and stable. Before the atmosphere in the car dropped below the freezing point, he had already driven the car. After parking the car in front of the hotel, Jiang Hai and SH-20 Clive walked into the Western restaurant together. "Sir, madam, hello, do you want to eat? Do you have a reservation?" Although the Western restaurant in the town was certainly not comparable to the main city like Boston, the quality of the staff here was much better than the same type of restaurant. As soon as Jiang Hai and SH-20 Clive walked in, a waiter took the initiative to greet them and said to them with a smile, "We want to eat, but we don't have a reservation." Hearing the waiter's words, Sandy also took the initiative to say, in this season, no restaurant was full. So after hearing that Sandy and Jiang Hai didn't have a reservation, the waiter didn't say anything like sorry, but directly led the two to a table for two. After the two sat down, a handsome white guy also came over with a menu and asked the two what they wanted to eat. "Take a look first. Today is my treat. So you don't have to be polite, just order whatever you want to eat." She took the initiative to hand over the menu to Jiang Hai and said with a smile. Jiang Hai didn't stand on ceremony. He directly took the menu and looked at it. But when he looked at it, he was a little confused because he didn't know what was written on it. Western restaurants like this were divided into two sections. One was the single order section, which was much easier to say. You could order whatever you wanted to eat, and 90% of these were main dishes. The other section was the set meal, which mainly consisted of main dishes. It was divided into Set A, Set B, and Set C. There was a lot of variety, and it was written in both English and French. Just looking at it made Jiang Hai's teeth hurt. "It will be on the shelves tomorrow morning. The first chapter will be promoted, and the first chapter will be promoted. After all, it's in the middle of the month. Starting from his second day, there will be a minimum of 4 chapters a day. If the new subscriptions are read over 3,000 a day, 2 chapters will be updated over 4,000, and 3 chapters will be updated over 5,000. There is no limit. Please support Little Faye. Thank you." Chapter 123. I really don't understand. It's up to you. To be honest, this is my first time eating French food. I don't know what's so good about it. If he understood, he understood. If he didn't understand, he didn't understand. Jiang Hai's biggest advantage was his confidence. In front of women, if he didn't understand, then he wouldn't pretend. So after looking around, he smacked his teeth. He handed the menu back and said with a helpless expression. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, SH-20 Clive was stunned for a moment, because in her opinion, a rich person like Jiang Hai should pursue quality of life. So she brought Jiang Hai to eat French food. But unexpectedly, Jiang Hai hasn't eaten French food before, which made Sandy a little dumbfounded. "Well, I hope you will like what we order later. Give us 2 sets. After taking a look at the menu, SH-20 Clive looked at it and said, "Is it Set A, Set B, or Set C?" Hearing Sandy's words, the waiter asked, "Set B." After looking at the menu, SH-20 Clive thought for a moment and said, "The so-called Set A, B, and C are also particular here. Set A is commonly known as the traditional set, with a total of 13 dishes. The first is frozen appetizer, the second is soup, the third is hot appetizer, the fourth is fish, the fifth is main dish, the sixth is hot appetizer, the seventh is cold appetizer, the eighth is snow, the ninth is barbecue or salad, the 10th is vegetables, the 11th is dessert, the 12th is salty, and the 13th is dessert. Generally speaking, this is a very formal banquet. Only then will there be so many rules." Obviously, Jiang Hai didn't have the patience to wait for him to serve 13 dishes. It was precisely because of this that Xanthi ordered the B set meal. The B set meal consisted of 5 dishes, a frozen appetizer, a soup, a hot appetizer, a main dish, and a dessert. In addition, there was also the C set meal, which consisted of an appetizer, a main dish, and a dessert. For the frozen appetizer, SH-20 Clive chose tuna salad. Of course, it is estimated that each person can only get a few slices of tuna. For the soup, she chose cream of mushroom soup. After all, this is the most famous French dish. For the hot appetizer, she chose French stewed potatoes, and for the dessert, she wants strawberry crepe. But when it comes to the main dish, she hesitated. What do you recommend today? Sandy is not in a hurry. After hesitating for a long time, she still can't make a decision. So she raised her head and asked the waiter in front of her. Today's recommendation is red wine stewed beef. We just received the new Burgundy red wine from France this morning. You too can try it. Hearing the waiter's words, SH20 Clive nodded with satisfaction. That's it. You can serve it now. After she confirmed that she wants this, the waiter also bowed respectfully and went to tell the kitchen to serve the dishes. After he left, Hai looked at SH20 Clive. It seems like you come here often. Hai looked around and said to SH20 Clive, Well, I come here often because a long time ago, my father was a chef here. I often came here when I was young to play, but since my father stopped working here, I have come here about 4 or 5 times. Hearing Hai's words, SH20 Clive smiled and said. Hearing her words, Hai can't help but nod. A French chef seems to be very powerful. What about you? You are rich. Haven't you eaten French food? It shouldn't be. After answering Hai's question, SH20 Clive asked Hai. Hearing her words, Hai's face was a little shy. Me? Don't laugh when I tell you. I used to be born in a poor family. Later, I got rich by chance and came to the United States to buy the Green Forest Manor. Deep in my bones, I still have the mindset of a small farmer. So, you can see that I almost never interact with the people in the town. I just stay at home. To tell you the truth, you might not believe it. Now, other than knowing what the mayor, the police chief, and a few salespeople in the supermarket in the town look like, I only know my subordinates. I don't know anyone in the town. I usually come to town to eat, and I often eat at the Italian restaurant on the west side of town. Their fried crab meat is very delicious. Looking at SH20 Clive, Hai slowly said, Wow, you're really different from the rich people I know. Hearing Hai's words, SH20 Clive was a little surprised. Originally, she thought that Hai didn't interact with the people in town because he didn't like the people in town. He might have his own circle of friends, but now it seems that the shy boy in front of her is more like an otaku. I didn't expect you to like the food in that Italian restaurant. I also like it. Have you tried the lobster spaghetti there? Since they started talking, SH20 Clive also casually talked to Hai. Yes, the taste is not bad. The milky smell is very strong, but for me, it is a bit fishy. Other than that, everything else is fine. Hearing SH20 Clive's words, Hai also immediately said, How can lobsters not be fishy? Also, I heard that the Green Forest also has a fish farm. As the owner of a fish farm, you don't eat fishy lobsters? Looking at Hai, SH20 Clive said half-jokingly, I eat it. That's why I said it was a bit fishy, not very fishy. Hai blinked and said innocently, Okay, you're playing a language trap with a teacher? Do you really think this is good? Looking at Hai, Sandy couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Sandy's appearance, Hai also chuckled and then continued. To be honest, this should be the first time in 2 years that Hai said so much to a girl. Although Hai is a bit shy and introverted, he is a very cheerful person. But ever since his parents passed away, he more or less felt inferior when interacting with strangers. Therefore, his cheerful side would only face people he is familiar with, not strangers. He and Sandy should be considered strangers, but he had no choice. He hadn't chatted with people of his age for a long time. In the manor, there were only 2 people of his age. Halamon couldn't chat with him. Although Bale would chat with him sometimes, he had to work most of the time. The only people who could chat with him and have free time to chat with him were Philip's 2 sons. But they just came here to celebrate the festival. After Christmas and New Year, they would leave. Once they left, Hai would have nothing to do. After holding back for a few days today, when he heard Sandy arouse his desire to talk, he also began to talk nonstop. As for Sandy, she also liked to listen to Hai because she thought Hai's words were very interesting and simple. He didn't sound like those rich playboys who bragged all day long. Although he was rich, his words were very close to life. This made Xanthi have a good impression of Hai. In addition, Hai had helped her school solve their money problem, so she was grateful to him. In addition to this good impression of him, further development could only be discussed in the future. But at least for now, she was very willing to chat with Jiang Hai. Teachers were actually very talkative, so the more they talked, the happier they were. Even after the dishes were served, the two of them were still eating and chatting. In fact, this was somewhat impolite in Western countries. It was just like the request of the elderly in China. They did not talk while eating and sleeping. However, the two of them were of the same age, so no one cared about this. As the two talked, SH-20 Clive realized that Jiang Hai was really an interesting man. Maybe it was because he didn't work outside after leaving school, but sometimes Jiang Hai seemed a bit naive. He didn't talk and do things like an adult, but more like a big boy. Listening to his complaints, listening to his jokes, and listening to him showing off the fish and beef in his manner, SH-20 Clive suddenly felt that this guy was really interesting. He wasn't as pretentious as she thought, nor was he crazy. Instead, he was a bit lively. Whether this kind of person was suitable to be a boyfriend was another matter, but it wouldn't be bad if he could be a friend. The beef here is cooked well, but the beef itself is far inferior to mine. When you have time, you can come to my place to play. Let's not talk about other things, but I have more than enough special grade A beef. At this time, Jiang Hai didn't notice any changes in SH-20 Clive. He only used his fork to stab at the burgundy red wine-stewed beef in front of him as he spoke to her with a smile. Okay, then I want to try the taste of special grade A beef. I haven't had it in a while. Let me tell you, the last time I had special grade A beef, my dad was still the head chef here. I snuck into the kitchen to eat it. It's been many years. At that time, I only ate a small piece, but I was fascinated by it. But since you said you have enough, then I'll go eat it tomorrow, SH-20 Clive said with a smile when she saw Jiang Hai talking about the beef in his manner. Okay, no problem. You're welcome anytime. But my manor is now completely white, and there's nothing to play with. It's freezing to go out to sea by boat. After a while, when the cattle are released and we can go out to sea, then there'll be a lot of fun. Jiang Hai wasn't bragging. The special grade beef in his manor was indeed enough. In his view, SH-20 Clive was now his friend, so it wasn't a big deal to come over and eat beef. The only pity was that there was nothing to play with now. This doesn't matter, we can eat at night. All right, I heard you say that you haven't toured Boston yet. How about this? In order to thank you for treating me to beef tomorrow night, I'll be your guide tomorrow morning and take you around Boston. Today's second update, continuously delivered. Please support me. Chapter 124. Boss, you're back. With the roar of the car, Jiang Hai's F-650 also stopped in the parking lot in front of his villa. When Jiang Hai got out of the car, Tommy Charles and the others in the distance had already seen him and walked over with smiles on their faces. Seeing these people take the initiative to greet him, Jiang Hai immediately smiled. Well, I'm back. How are you guys? Have you settled down? Looking at the originally dark, small villas in the distance at this time, Jiang Hai also smiled and said to them, well, we've settled down. Boss, I have to admit that the hardware here is really good. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Tommy Charles couldn't help but speak first. To be honest, after coming here, he realized how wise his decision was. Although Jiang Hai didn't give him a lot of money, and there was no clear ratio of bonuses, he still didn't give Jiang Hai enough money. Everything was according to Jiang Hai's mood, but the hardware here was really good. Originally, these people thought that when Jiang Hai said that he would provide food and accommodation, they would live in the kind of workers' room. As for food, except for the fish, the so-called beef was enough to eat some usable grade beef that retailed at $3 a pound. Originally, in their hearts, they planned to do so. After all, they were here to make money, not to take a vacation. As long as Jiang Hai paid them on time, there would be no problem. However, when they followed AI Dahua to Jiang Hai's manor, they were dumbfounded. They were really living in the legendary small detached villas, not the ordinary workers' room. Everyone had their own privacy. In a small villa, there was everything. Although it was not big, it was not a problem for a family to live in. As for the living conditions, when they first arrived, they were already confused. Satisfied, very satisfied, very satisfied. If such a small villa was rented outside, the annual rent would be a few $1,000s. In Jiang Hai's place, however, they could live here for free, which was equivalent to giving them an extra $100 a week. What was there to be dissatisfied about? After putting everything away, they followed AI Dahua to the warehouse to get what they wanted to eat. As soon as they arrived at the warehouse, they realized that Jiang Hai was really too generous. The imagined small amount of usable beef did not exist at all. In Jiang Hai's place, the superior and specially selected beef was kept by Luo Binsi. Naturally, this level of beef was prepared for Jiang Hai. Other than the special grade and the special grade, Robbins and the others could eat them. In other words, the meat they ate was all the best and standard. Not to mention usable meat, even commercial grade beef was fed to the dogs. Jiang Hai had so many cattle dogs at home, and there were 2 big dogs. Jiang Hai picked up Xiao Bai's sea eagle. These guys naturally ate beef, except for Xiao Bai and Jiang Hai, who ate the superior and specially selected grade beef. The other dogs ate commercial grade beef. As for Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai, they mainly ate standard beef. Of course, sometimes they would eat some good beef that Jiang Hai rewarded them. This beef was usually not eaten in some American families, but in Jiang Hai's manner, it was fed to the dogs. One had to admit that sometimes Jiang Hai was really a spendthrift. But for these fishermen, when they received the food, they were even more shocked. Inside Jiang Hai's manor, there was no ration of food. Instead, they could eat whatever they wanted. If you want to eat fish, then take fish. If you want to eat beef, then take beef. If you want to eat whatever you want, then take whatever you want, as long as you don't waste it. And most importantly, you can't sell it outside. Aside from that, Jiang Hai didn't have any requirements for them. So when these fishermen came home with more than 10 pounds of beef, their wives couldn't help but feel numb. In the past, they could only eat the beef during the New Year's festivals. Unexpectedly, it was taken back by their own men. It seemed that living in this manner was the best choice. It was precisely because of this that these fishermen were a little confused. As the saying goes, one's hand blinds one's eye. After everything was settled, a few new fishermen gathered together. They also gathered together to express their attitude. They must work hard for Jiang Hai. Otherwise, they would really be kicked out by Jiang Hai. They would not be able to find such benefits anywhere else. It's fine as long as you're satisfied. Work hard for me, and I won't treat you badly. Have a good rest of the day, and discuss with AI Dahua tomorrow about how to be on duty. You may have heard that when I went to sell fish a few days ago, I might have been targeted by others. If there are boats coming to my territory to steal fish, you'll have to put in some effort. Seeing that the fishermen were very satisfied, Jiang Hai also smiled. Then he patted the arm of Eleanor Cece, who was silent beside him, and said to them earnestly, "Don't worry if those bastards dare to come. I will let them have a taste of my old buddy's power." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Tommy Charles also said immediately. Jiang Hai knew that the old buddy they were talking about was the gun. These fishermen had the habit of carrying guns when they went out to sea. After all, the sea was different from land. If something happened, it would be troublesome. Then I will have to trouble you. Go back and rest quickly. Hearing their words and feeling their spirit, Jiang Hai also nodded with satisfaction. Recruiting people, other things were not too important. The most important thing was to have a state where they were willing to work hard for his career. At least, Jiang Hai was very satisfied with the current state of these people. Well, okay. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, everyone here nodded happily to Jiang Hai and then walked back to their rooms. As for Jiang Hai, he walked back to his villa. However, after returning, he did not go directly to the house. Instead, he went to the warehouse first. He remembered that he invited Shinny Clive to come over to eat beef tomorrow. He did not want to run out of beef by then. Fortunately, there is still beef. Walking into the warehouse's freezer, Jiang Hai saw a few large pieces of beef hanging in the air. These beef were left behind by Robbins and the others after they killed the cows. As far as the current situation was concerned, it was still in a very fresh state. Very good. Besides beef, is there anything else? This was the first time Jiang Hai invited a girl to his house for dinner. Even if his reaction was half a beat slower, he was still a little slow. He did not particularly understand what this meant. In fact, he did not think about it that way. The reason why he was here to see what else was in the house was entirely because of the genes of an otaku. If he wanted to treat someone to a meal, he would not treat them. If he wanted to treat someone to a meal, naturally, he would eat well, especially when the other party was a beauty. After checking the beef and confirming that it was superior grade, Jiang Hai looked at other things. But after looking at it, Jiang Hai couldn't help but frown. This was because the ingredients in his warehouse, in addition to the special grade beef, there were only some prawns and crabs left. After the lobsters were caught yesterday, they were eliminated by him and the people in the manor. The remaining prawns and crabs, to be honest, the people in the United States almost didn't eat crabs. They only ate the legs of crabs. They didn't have much interest in the hard-to-get meat, especially the fishermen. They didn't like prawns and crabs, which were more troublesome to eat. Therefore, the only person who liked to eat them here was Jiang Hai. But on the contrary, compared to prawns and crabs, lobsters are something they like to eat very much. These guys will also pick delicious things to eat. I'm the owner of a fishery. I treat a girl to a meal, but I don't even have lobsters. It's really embarrassing. Scratching his head, Jiang Hai muttered in a low voice. After thinking for a while, he felt that he should go to the sea tonight to catch a few. After learning that the sharks under the sea were not a threat, Jiang Hai's courage increased a lot. But thinking about it, the sky is dark outside and the water is cold. If I go into the water to catch lobsters, ugh, I'm crazy. In fact, the best way was to let AI Dahua and the others bring back some lobsters when they patrol tomorrow. However, Chinese people, especially Chinese otakus, had a common problem. They didn't like to ask others to help them. There was no need to ask others to help them do things that they could do. In his opinion, he could do the lobsters himself, so he was a little uncomfortable to ask AI Dahua for help. However, considering that it was cold and late at night, he still felt that he should trouble AI Dahua. After returning to his room, Jiang Hai called AI Dahua with the mentality of being rejected. However, when AI Dahua heard that Jiang Hai wanted to treat a girl to a meal at home tomorrow, he naturally patted his chest and said that there was no problem. Not to mention lobsters, even if it was something else, he would find a way to get it. Moreover, although lobsters were rare on the nearby coast, after all, Jiang Hai's underwater water resources were extremely abundant. There was no shortage of lobsters. He only needed to make the fishing net deeper. Even if he couldn't catch lobsters that were too big, it wouldn't be a problem for him to catch about 5 kilograms of lobsters. 5 kilograms of lobsters would be good enough for him to treat others to a meal. Hearing AI Dahua's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he agreed. If he had some hesitation, then Jiang Hai would have to find a way to get it himself. It seems that Jiang Hai's position is still not right. He is the boss, not a worker. Sometimes, the mindset of a commoner is really the biggest obstacle to becoming a capitalist. With the idea of going to Boston tomorrow to play. Well, of course, he also had the idea of going out with Sandy. Jiang Hai quickly fell asleep on his big bed, but maybe because he was excited, he woke up at 6 o'clock the next morning. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he saw that it was still early, so he went to exercise. When he came back, he received a text message from Shinny Clive, asking if he had woken up. When Jiang Hai saw the text message, he quickly replied on his phone. This was the first time he texted a girl in a long time. The last time he texted a girl was to inform his wife that he was leaving. But in his heart, this kind of text message obviously didn't count. Chapter 125. Hey, sorry to keep you waiting. Shinny Clive looked at the F-650 parked on the road. She walked out of the small villa behind her and smiled at Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai also opened the door and jumped out of the car. It's fine, I just arrived. Jiang Hai immediately waved his hand and said. He didn't care about the awkwardness of playing Plants vs. Zombies on his phone. His face was filled with a bright smile. At the same time, he looked at Shinny Clive in front of him. He had to admit that Shinny Clive was very beautiful today. Shinny Clive was originally of mixed race. She had introduced herself before. Her father was a white man from the United States, and her mother was Venezuelan. Venezuela was the country that produced the most beautiful women in the world. Her mother was also very beautiful in Venezuela. However, women who were too beautiful sometimes couldn't be kept if they didn't have enough money. That was why she ran away with the boss of the Western restaurant where her father worked. Her father was disheartened and brought her back to his hometown, Boston. He became a chef and found her a stepmother. That stepmother was her current sister, Karma Cliff's mother. Jiang Hai originally thought it was strange. Although the two sisters looked similar, their hair and skin color were different. Today, Cindy Clive deliberately dressed up. Her long brown hair was pulled straight and buttoned. Because she inherited her father's genes, she was very tall, about 1.75 meters tall. She had a well-proportioned body, especially her two long legs. According to Jiang Hai's estimation, her legs were about 1 meters long. What she inherited from her mother was her skin texture and delicate facial features. Her skin was not as thick as that of a white person. Instead, it was as delicate as that of an Asian. Her facial features were also much more delicate than that of an orthodox white person. It made people feel very comfortable looking at her. Shtwani Clive looked at Jiang Hai, smile, and said embarrassedly, "Okay, I didn't expect you to wake up so early. This weather is perfect for sleeping in. Haha, to apologize, I'll treat you to breakfast. Let's go." When she sent the message to Jiang Hai, she didn't know that Jiang Hai was here. She had just woken up. The primary school in the United States was a free-range model. It was more to stimulate the children's nature. It was more like an extension of kindergarten than a primary school. There weren't many cultural classes. What the fifth graders learned in China were what the second graders learned in the United States. The children didn't learn much, so naturally, they didn't have much homework. More homework, such as the kind of outdoor activities, watching the diary, and so on, the children's burden was lighter. Naturally, the teachers weren't too busy, not to mention that it was a holiday. If it weren't for the collapse of the school, teachers like Sandy wouldn't have to go to school. Now that Jiang Hai had paid for it, she had nothing to do. Yesterday afternoon, the principal had already found someone to contact the materials and staff to prepare for the reconstruction. Although it was the coldest time in Boston, school would start in a few days. It was impossible for them to build it before school started, but they had to hurry up. Because of this, after dinner yesterday, Jiang Hai sent her home, which was the villa behind her. Because these days, the school's problems have been pressing on her, making her very tired. She fell asleep and didn't wake up until 8 o'clock in the morning. When she woke up, she sent a message to Jiang Hai, asking if Jiang Hai had woken up. In the end, after Jiang Hai said that he would be at her house around 8:30. But a woman, especially a beautiful woman, wouldn't go out so casually. When Jiang Hai arrived at her house, she was still putting on makeup. So even though she saw Jiang Hai's car, she couldn't just go down halfway. She could only bite the bullet and put on for another half an hour. As for asking Jiang Hai to come in, she had considered it. But because she was single now, she lived here with her parents and her sister. If she suddenly asked a strange man to come into her house, what if her parents misunderstood? So after hesitating for a long time, she could only send a message to Jiang Hai to tell him that she was still putting on makeup. In this regard, Jiang Hai only curled his lips and had nothing to say. Fortunately, he wasn't stupid and didn't come out to wait. Instead, he sat in the driver's seat and played with his mobile phone. Time passed quickly. "Thank you." Hearing that Xanthi wanted to treat him to breakfast, Jiang Hai didn't refuse, but said with a smile. Then he got in the car first and opened the door for Xanthi. Although it was still not gentlemanly, Xanthi had long been used to it. In fact, she was quite comfortable with Jiang Hai treating her like this. "Where are we going now?" After Xanthi got in the car and fastened her seatbelt, Jiang Hai asked her. "We're in the town entrance now. There's a small Mexican restaurant that tastes very good. The burritos, they're the best in town." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Sage-20 Clive also said with a smile, "Okay, you lead the way." Hearing Xanthi's words, Jiang Hai also smiled, then turned the steering wheel and went to the place that SH-20 Clive said. Before leaving town, they found the small Mexican restaurant. When it comes to Mexican food, 9 out of 10 people will think of two things: burritos and chili. It turns out that the restaurant recommended by SH-20 Clive is really good. The signature burrito is Mexican beef burrito. The beef in this burrito is naturally not steak. After all, it only costs $5, so it is not expensive. Therefore, it is filled with beef stuffing and dough made with special seasoning. It has the taste of meat sauce and the fragrance of corn, but it is not greasy. The beef stuffing inside is matched with the most famous chili sauce in Mexico. It doesn't need to be too spicy. It needs to be spicy with a hint of sweetness and sourness. It is simple, but the taste is really good. This is the first time that Jiang Hai has seen such delicious food. With a drink, Jiang Hai ate 6 burritos in one breath before he was satisfied. Although this is not much, Jiang Hai's big appetite also shocked SH-20 Clive. Wow, I didn't expect you to eat so much. After coming out of the burrito shop and returning to the car, Jiang Hai was still thinking about the delicious food just now. SH-20 Clive looked at him in surprise. It's delicious, so I ate a little more. How are we going now? With a bright smile, Jiang Hai asked SH-20 Clive. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, SH-20 Clive also smiled, then pointed with her slender finger. Let's go to Boston first. That is our main goal today. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai secretly slapped his forehead. Why am I so stupid? Didn't I say that we were going to Boston today? With an awkward smirk, Jiang Hai started the car and headed for the city of Boston. After about an hour's drive, they entered Boston's territory, and under the command of SH-20 Clive, their first battle was to go to Bunker Mountain, which is also one of the must-go places in Boston. This is one of the most famous places in Boston, an ancient battlefield during the Revolutionary War. Because at the time of the Revolutionary War, this was a very important vantage point overlooking the entire Boston City area. At that time, our opponent, the British Army, launched 2 crazy attacks in order to seize the mountain, but they were repelled by our brave, independent soldiers and civilians. The casualties of the British Army reached 1,000 people. But later, when the British Army attacked for the 3rd time, our ammunition was not enough, and we had to retreat, but it also won the hearts of the people. Later, because of a battle, it was also recorded in history. It was also at that time that George Washington was appointed as the commander-in-chief of the independent army. Although it was called Bunker Mountain, it was actually not a mountain, but a tower. It was built to commemorate this battle. For the people of the United States, this may be very memorable, but for Jiang Hai, it was just that. After all, the history of the United States, from the beginning of the Mayflower War to the present, was less than 400 years. They really had no history here. Even if there was history, it was of the Native Americans, but this had nothing to do with the white people of the United States. Moreover, was the death of 1,000 people very heavy? Well, for the United Kingdom, it might be very heavy. After looking at Bunker Mountain, which was actually a pillar, they went to the Old North Church, which was known as the oldest church in Boston. They also went to Farnell Hall, which was known as the Cradle of Freedom, and took a look at the Boston Library from the outside. However, they could not enter this place. Jiang Hai and the others were not students from this area. Moreover, he did not have the leisure to read books. Originally, Shinny Clive wanted to take Jiang Hai to see the famous Grand Ellis Cemetery. However, Jiang Hai rejected. Huaxia people and the United States people had different thoughts. If they had nothing to do, why would they want to see a cemetery? The atmosphere was gloomy. Under normal circumstances, if it was not a New Year, a festival, or a Memorial Day, the Chinese would rarely go to a cemetery. Although they were not afraid of their loved ones buried there, they would still have some doubts. Some people would say that this was a religion or superstition. However, these things were passed down from the older generation. You could choose not to believe it, but you could not ignore it. It was like some hidden rules in society. There were no written rules, but if you did not play by the rules of the game, you might be the unlucky one in the end. However, when Mu Di was mentioned, Jiang Hai could not help but think of his parents. Because he did not have much money back then, his parents did not buy a cemetery. Instead, they placed it at the crematorium. Of course, now that he had money, he could buy a cemetery. However, moving a cemetery was not something that could be done casually. One of the conditions was that they had to wait for 3 years before they could move. Now that his father had enough, his mother still needed one more year. Now, he was a little hesitant. Should he go back to take a look during the new year? Chapter 126. Wow, I didn't expect it to be so delicious. The taste is really good. Speaking of visiting Boston, Jiang Hai wasn't very interested in it. He came here mainly for two reasons. First, he really hadn't been here before. Second, it was Shinny Clive who invited him. Of course, it was mainly because of the second reason. Speaking of which, Jiang Hai was more interested in natural scenery. He wasn't interested in the things in the city. The main reason for visiting Boston wasn't the scenery, but the people. The city of Boston wasn't big, and the scenery was concentrated in a few places. There weren't any scenic spots that required more than half an hour to visit. Therefore, after Jiang Hai decided not to go to the cemetery, their tour in Boston City was actually over. They made an appointment to visit other surrounding counties in the afternoon. They wanted to see Harvard, MIT, and so on. But before that, they needed to fill their stomachs. Later, Shinny Clive took Jiang Hai to a restaurant. Although the restaurant looked small, shabby, and old from the outside, it was very popular. If Shinny Clive hadn't made a reservation in advance, they might have had to wait for a few hours to get a seat. But even so, they were only able to get a seat after working for nearly half an hour. The location wasn't very good. It was a very small cubicle for two people. The seat next to it was used to store clothes, but it wasn't enough. They could only put it under their buttocks or put it on their legs. To be honest, Jiang Hai wasn't very satisfied with this place. He didn't say that he had to go to those magnificent Western restaurants to eat, but he didn't like the dilapidated appearance of this place. However, Shinny Clive liked this place, so he couldn't say anything. He could only bite the bullet and sit there. When the waiter came to take their order, he looked around. Although the restaurant looked shabby, it actually had Chinese menu, and all the dishes were good. Most of them were seafood, and the main dishes were oysters and lobsters. At the same time, the price was definitely not cheap. It was even more expensive than the French restaurant Jiang Hai went to yesterday. Jiang Hai was a little speechless. According to Shinny Clive, the waiter's 18% tip was included in the price. In other words, after eating, they could leave directly without having to pay a tip. He had never eaten here before, so in the end, he let Shinny Clive order. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Shinny Clive ordered 2 sets of soup, 2 sets of lobster set, and 1 set of seafood set. After ordering, while they were waiting, Shinny Clive introduced the restaurant to Jiang Hai. The name of this restaurant was United Oyster House. It was the earliest restaurant in the United States. Therefore, it had a great reputation. Many of the people who came to eat here were tourists from other places. Of course, the natives of the United States also liked to eat here. Especially for the old Bostonians, the taste of the seafood here was quite good. After hearing her introduction, Jiang Hai became more interested in this place. After a while, the waiter brought the food Jiang Hai ordered. The so-called soup was basically cheddar soup, but there were more ingredients, and the taste was stronger. The lobster set was steamed lobster with their own sauce. As for the oyster set, Jiang Hai just looked at it. Because the oysters were all raw, there were 2 opened oysters on a plate. 2 of them were raw oysters, but they were bigger than the oysters Jiang Hai usually bought at Bing City's night market for 10 renminbi. Inside the shells of the other 2 oysters were some raw oysters. In addition to these, there were 2 already peeled Arctic sweet prawns, a bowl of sauce, and 2 lemons. Looking at these things, Jiang Hai's first thought was to curse out loud. After all, these things cost more than $100, which was indeed a little too expensive. But when he suppressed his anger and took a sip of the soup in front of him, this thought disappeared without a trace, because the soup was indeed delicious. "I'm glad you like it." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Shinny Clive chuckled and drank the soup in front of him. Drinking the soup in front of him, Jiang Hai nodded seriously and said approvingly, "Well, the soup is really good. The soup is cheddar soup, but the taste is not bad." Then he tasted the lobster. This lobster was also different. Although it looked like a very ordinary lobster, when he opened it, he found that the meat inside had been torn and mixed with the cheese. After all, China is too big, and there are more cuisines. People in different places eat different things. For example, people in the Northeast like to eat greasy, oily, fried, fragrant, and large pieces of meat. Going further south, one of the 8 major cuisines, Le cuisine, pays attention to taste. Le cuisine does not pay too much attention to the taste of the ingredients themselves. They are more willing to let others taste their own seasoning skills. So when it comes to mixing, Le cuisine is the best. Le cuisine is not too focused on the taste of the ingredients themselves. They are more willing to let others taste their own seasoning skills. So when it comes to mixing, Le cuisine is the best. Other Cantonese cuisine was light, Jiangsu cuisine was good-looking, and Sichuan cuisine was mainly numbing and spicy. Zhejiang cuisine was similar to Jiangsu cuisine in that it focused on presentation and delicacy. Fujian cuisine focused on the flavor of the ingredients. Anhui cuisine focused on stews with heavy fire and oil. Hunan cuisine was similar to Sichuan cuisine, except that it changed from numbing and spicy to numbing and fresh. But overall, there was a big difference between the North and the South. When Northerners went to the South, everything they ate tasted bland. First, it didn't satisfy their hunger, and second, it didn't satisfy their cravings. Everything they ate felt wrong, and they couldn't be full no matter how much they ate. When Southerners went to the North, it was the same. Because the food was too oily, they would get hot and blister in their mouth. It was very uncomfortable. This was the difference between the North and the South. If the food in this restaurant was divided according to the region of Huaxia, it should be similar to the North's cuisine. The lobster and soup were very fragrant, and there was a lot of cheese in it. It was very greasy and could satisfy one's cravings. Northerners tasted good, but Southerners felt it was very greasy. They even felt a little hoarse. In China, people who were used to eating Sichuan, Jiangsu, Fujian, Zhejiang, Hunan, and Cantonese cuisines couldn't stand the taste. However, when it came to Jianghai, the taste was very good. It wasn't long before he finished the soup and lobster in front of him. As for the oysters, as mentioned before, Jianghai didn't eat raw food. Because his stomach wasn't good in the past, he was naturally a little afraid of raw food, especially seafood. Therefore, he didn't eat sashimi at all. He only knew that it wasn't cheap, but he wasn't used to eating it. Perhaps because she saw that Jianghai didn't want to eat oysters, the Shinny Clive was more or less embarrassed. In fact, she didn't know that Jianghai didn't eat raw food. In this restaurant, oysters were the most famous because the oysters here were all wild Girardot oysters. This kind of oyster originated from France. In some seafood markets, it was sold for $3 each. Not to mention that they were in a restaurant. Here, a plate of 2 such oysters was sold for $30, which was quite expensive. However, this kind of oyster was indeed the best. As long as one knew the industry, no one would say that it was expensive, because if it was in a Michelin restaurant, it would only be more expensive. French oysters had always been known as aristocratic seafood and the dream food of the world's foodies. Girardot oysters were the Rolls-Royce of oysters. It was said that the best oysters needed 4 years of cultivation and had to go through 95 cultivation and refining processes before they could be put on the market. For such top oysters, there were only 12 of them. In France, they were sold for more than 550 euros. This showed the price of this kind of oyster. The oysters in this restaurant were naturally not cultivated in this way. Selling 2 for $30 was a good price. Moreover, didn't it include some other things? However, she didn't expect that Jianghai wouldn't eat it. So for a moment, she was a little embarrassed. Don't you want to eat this? Pointing at the oyster plate in front of her with a fork, Sage 20 Clive asked in a low voice. Seeing SH 20 Clive's appearance, Jianghai also felt her embarrassment, but he didn't know what to say for a while. In fact, the best way to resolve the awkwardness was for him to eat a piece, but the problem was that he really didn't want to eat this thing, so for a while his personality was a little awkward and he didn't know what to do. Hey, who did I see? Isn't this the owner of the largest manor in the Boston area? Are you here to participate in the exhibition today? However, just as Jianghai was hesitating, a slightly joking voice came from a distance, and then he saw several people coming out of the restaurant. Most of them were white people, and there were two black people among them. The man walking in front saw Jiang Hai and Sandy in front of him. The joking voice came from his mouth. "Are you talking to me?" Feeling that the other party should be talking to him, Jiang Hai turned his head and looked at the people here. "Of course, you are famous, aren't you? Farm owner." Hearing Jiang Hai's puzzled voice, the man here said proudly, "Oh, who are you?" Hearing that the other party was indeed talking to him, Jiang Hai was stunned and asked curiously, You don't recognize me? I am from Cartwright Company. Humph. You should be here to participate in the livestock exhibition." Chapter 127. Mujan, Cartwright Company? Hearing the other party's words, Jiang Hai searched in his mind. Then he lightly smacked his hand. Seeing Jiang Hai's expression, the other party laughed. It seemed that he remembered. "You know who I am?" Thinking of this, the man looked down at Jiang Hai and asked, "I don't know. I don't remember at all. If there's nothing else, please make way. I still have to eat with my friend." Shaking his head, Jiang Hai stared at the man's face and said with a serious expression, "I don't know why you're smashing your fist. You forget it. You win, but it doesn't matter. If it weren't for our company, I'd like to see how you'd sell your 20,000 cows." Seeing Jiang Hai's reaction, the man couldn't help but feel like he was about to explode. People like him were all extremely self-centered. Jiang Hai's words of ignoring him made him even angrier than Jiang Hai standing up and slapping him. However, he had to consider the other party's identity. Although in his opinion, Jiang Hai was just a nouveau riche, a country bumpkin, this country bumpkin had something that could control everything in the United States. Dollar. As the saying goes, people don't fight with officials. In the United States, ordinary people don't fight with the rich. Although he had some assets compared to Jiang Hai's wealth, he was still far from it. It wasn't a wise choice to have a direct confrontation with him. So he took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Then he threw out some harsh words and was about to leave. The people behind him didn't know what happened between him and Jiang Hai, but they weren't stupid. At this time, the most important thing was to keep their mouths shut. They should just quietly watch the show. "What do my cows have to do with you, psycho?" Hearing the other party's words, Jiang Hai naturally wasn't someone who was easy to talk to. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the man's body shook, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he directly walked out of the restaurant. After these people left, SH-20 Clive looked at Jiang Hai in surprise. "You have a grudge with Cartwright Company?" You can say that. I raised some cows, and one day, they came to my farm to take away one of my cows. Naturally, I didn't want to. Then, there was a little conflict. Seeing that Shinny Clive was curious about this matter, Jiang Hai slowly explained the situation that day. "Then you might really be in trouble." After hearing Jiang Hai's words, SH-20 Clive frowned. "What do you mean?" Jiang Hai looked at her when he heard Shinny Clive's words. "Did she know about this company too? Your subordinates didn't stop you from clashing with them?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, SH-20 Clive didn't directly answer his question, but continued to ask. Hearing what she said, Jiang Hai thought for a moment. It seemed that Robbins was trying to persuade him. "That's right. Although my family doesn't raise cows, after all, my father is a Western chef. No matter if it's French, Italian, or even English cuisine, steak is very important. So when I was young, I often went to Western restaurants, and I more or less heard about this matter." Seeing Jiang Hai nod, SH-20 Clive explained to Jiang Hai. "This Cartwright Company is the largest beef broker in the few states around here. They don't produce cattle themselves, but they buy cattle from ranchers. Then, they buy the cattle at the price of the beef, and they sell it to Western restaurants and supermarkets to make a profit. They have a huge business network and connections. The Western restaurants in town have always used their beef." Looking at Jiang Hai, SH-20 Clive also introduced this huge company to him. "To put it bluntly, they're just a middleman. If worst comes to worst, I'll just sell my beef directly." As for the Cartwright Company, Jiang Hai also investigated them. He knew that they were the largest beef broker in the area. But just like what Jiang Hai said, he was confident in his cattle, so he didn't need to sell his cattle through this company. You still don't understand. You still don't understand. If you go directly to the door and sell these beef cattle, then the boss will definitely be willing to do this company a favor. After all, they have signed an exclusive sales agreement. Secondly, who knows if there is any problem with your beef cattle? Not to mention the national inspection, this thing is just a random inspection, is not very reliable. Compared to some big companies, an independent customer like you, the probability of a problem is too high. If there is a problem and you don't admit it, then they will have to pay for it themselves. This is something they absolutely don't want to see. So no matter what the reason is, if you go against this company, then you have already lost half of the battle. Sandy sighed. It can be seen that she really wanted to make friends with Jiang Hai. Otherwise, it would be easy to hurt their relationship if they talked too much. Moreover, Jiang Hai really didn't seem to understand these things. Oh, don't worry. I've thought about what you said. You can make a decision after you taste my beef tonight. Hearing Shinny Clive's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned. If what he said was true, it would be difficult to sell his 20,000 cattle. After all, business was business. Moreover, he didn't have anything like a favor. If his beef cattle were really similar to other people's cattle, then his 20,000 cattle would be very easy to lose. But thinking about it, was his cattle the same as other people's cattle? Just based on the large range of marbled patterns, they were not the same thing. Moreover, Jiang Hai believed that the cattle raised by the grass planted with his own blood were not the same. Even if there were no marbled patterns, the taste would definitely not be worse than ordinary marbled beef. However, there was no proof now. Jiang Hai still felt that it would be better to let Shinny Clive taste it personally. In fact, in this manner, the people who were most worried about the fate of the cattle were Jiang Hai, Luo Binsi, and the others. After all, they had patted their chests and said that they would definitely raise a batch of good cattle for Jiang Hai. When Jiang Hai gang had a falling out with the Cartwright Company, they were also very worried. However, after killing the 2 cows, their worries disappeared because they believed that even if the cows were now, as long as they went to a national exhibition, they would be able to survive. It would also instantly make a name for itself. Was 20,000 a lot? Oh, they were afraid that it wouldn't be enough. Okay. Although Shinny Clive was still hesitant, she and Jiang Hai had not known each other for a long time. That was why she did not want to say more. Moreover, she believed that Jiang Hai was not an arrogant person. After these few interactions, she had figured out Jiang Hai's character. The reason why he was so confident now must be because he had his own unique points. That was why she felt that she should eat Jiang Hai's beef at night first. After this incident, the matter of Jiang Hai not eating oysters was forgotten. After Sandy finished eating, Jiang Hai also went to pay for the meal. He was from Bing City, and people in Bing City had male chauvinism. He also had this habit. If he did not pay for the meal when he went out with a girl, he would feel uncomfortable. Today, Sandy was his guide, and he had never heard of a guide paying for a meal. Breakfast was an apology, and lunch was definitely on him. After paying the bill, both of them walked out of the restaurant and went to the parking lot. This afternoon, they had agreed to visit the universities here. The universities here were naturally Cambridge and Newton. However, these 2 places, although nominally belonged to Boston, they were actually part of Boston's metropolitan area. They were independent, and they had their own government. Just like Winthrop, they were part of the county-level area. It's also a bit far from the place where Jiang Hai and the others ate. After getting in the car, Jiang Hai started the engine and drove towards Cambridge City according to Xanthi's directions. The first place they want to visit is Harvard University. Jiang Hai was quite familiar with Harvard University. It was one of the top 3 universities in the world. Harvard, Harvard University, Oxford, Milan College of Economics, and Stanford, Slovak Tank Corps Institute of Fashion Design. Just kidding. In fact, Jiang Hai had no interest in Harvard. After all, he went to a low-level university. So, he didn't have any interest in the university, studying, and so on. However, as Katie Clive said, when you arrive at a place, of course, you have to see the landmarks of this place and understand the history of this place. Only then can you be considered to have truly visited this place, not to mention that Jiang Hai had settled here. Therefore, Jiang Hai did not refuse. Whether he liked it or not, it would not be wrong to go and see it. However, when he was driving Harvard, he saw a huge square not far away from Boston. At this time, there were many pickup trucks parked in this square. There were also a lot of cattle, sheep, horses, and other large livestock. After all, Jiang Hai raised cattle. When he passed by, he couldn't help but take a look. When he saw the English words Massachusetts Grazing Exhibition hanging on the front door, he couldn't help but be stunned. Massachusetts Grazing Exhibition. I seem to know it. Looking at these words, Jiang Hai whispered. He remembered that after he had a falling out with the Cartwright Company, he once asked the cowboys under him if there were any recent cattle and sheep exhibitions. They seem to have said that there were a total of 2 recent exhibitions, one of which was in Massachusetts, and the other one was in the East. Because he was confident in his cattle, Jiang Hai directly ordered to participate in the East. However, Jiang Hai remembered that according to their words, the Massachusetts exhibition was in January. It should be just after the New Year. It seems that the one being held now should be the Massachusetts Grazing Exhibition. Interested? Then let's go and see it together. Seeing Jiang Hai's eyes looking outside, Sandy's voice also came. Chapter 128. Wow, there are a lot of things here. Looking at the animals stored in the tents around him, Jiang Hai said with some surprise, "Of course, young man, but this is only a grazing exhibition in Massachusetts. If it's in the East, or even the whole country, it would be even bigger." Hearing his words, a person brushing a horse's mane in a nearby booth also smiled and said, "Ha!" Hearing the other party's words, Jiang Hai nodded kindly and continued to stroll around here. "Is this your first time attending a grazing exhibition like this?" Looking at Jiang Hai's curious gaze, Shinny Clive, who followed him in, also followed behind him with a smile on her face. "Well, yes." Hearing her words, Jiang Hai didn't think too much and answered directly. Now his eyes are a little short. Although this grazing exhibition is only in Massachusetts, the scale is a little beyond his expectations. In the past, he had only heard of grazing exhibitions, but this was the first time he had seen one with his own eyes. He had originally thought that grazing exhibitions that cover an entire state would probably only have a dozen or so booths, or maybe even 20 booths. After all, Massachusetts itself was a small state. It's a small state that is difficult to see clearly on the map of the United States, but when he came here, he realized that he was a little too naive. The entire venue covers an area of about 4 square kilometers, which is 2 kilometers horizontally and 2 kilometers vertically. Just like the Chinese character Tian, it is divided into 4 areas, namely the Cattle Exhibition Hall, the Horse Exhibition Hall, the Sheep Exhibition Hall, and the Supporting Exhibition Hall. Jiang Hai entered the Horse Exhibition Hall. As soon as he walked in, he found that there were at least 30 or 40 individual exhibition halls. Of course, this was not a game exhibition or a food price exhibition. Those exhibitions were held indoors, and models were invited. However, this exhibition was outdoors. Although it was called an individual exhibition hall, it was actually a separate stable. Many horses were kept in the stable for people to choose. Of course, there were also some that were not for sale, such as the horse of the man who talked to Jiang Hai just now. It was a very good horse, a pure white purebred horse. In England, it was used as a horse for the royal guards. The bloodline certificate hanging next to it was quite complete, and it had even participated in a dressage competition. The front of the stable was connected to a TV, which showed the horse's performance during the competition. If such a horse was sold in its prime, it would not be rare for it to be sold for millions of dollars. But it was obvious that the man wouldn't kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. He was mainly selling the offspring of this horse. He would find another pure-blooded horse and breed the offspring to be 1-year-old ponies. If the offspring were in good condition, they could be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Even if the offspring weren't in good condition, they could still be sold for tens of thousands of dollars. They were much more expensive than regular horses. Jiang Hai didn't know much about horses. He was only here to watch the fun. After all, his family's Xia was still in a state of free range. There was no other way. After buying the horse, he didn't have time to domesticate it. In his opinion, riding a horse wasn't an easy thing to do. It needed to be learned alone. Back then, Luo Binsi and the others were very busy, so he didn't have the heart to learn. But now, looking at these horses, he had the urge to go back and ride them. Of course, even if he wanted to ride them, he would not ride them now. Jiang Hai planned to wait until spring came and the flowers bloomed, then he would learn to ride a horse. Jiang Hai believed that with the horse he had fed for so long and his blood, if he wanted to ride a horse, this guy should not resist. While thinking, Jiang Hai and Shinny Clive walked out of the stable. Although Jiang Hai was very curious about Mumu Zhan, he was mainly curious about the cow. Compared to a cowboy, a horse was naturally a very good thing. But for Jiang Hai, a horse, to put it bluntly, was just a means of transportation. He was not a professional cowboy, so he was not very interested in horses. The most important thing was that the horses here were really not cheap. Walking with Sandy along the way, they walked past the stable and entered the largest and most crowded market next to it, the cattle exhibition hall. As soon as they walked in, the smell of cattle rushed into Jiang Hai's nose. Even Sandy couldn't help but cover her nose with her hand, let alone Jiang Hai. Cough, cough, it's so choking. Turning his head, Jiang Hai was choked by the smell. He couldn't help but frown and said carefully, although the smell here was not as strong as his own cattle shed, it was definitely not bad. Hee hee, you're a manor owner. You can't even stand the smell of cattle. Looking at Jiang Hai's appearance, Sandy next to him smiled and took out a handkerchief from her small bag and handed it to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai immediately took the handkerchief and covered his nose. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. The handkerchief was very fragrant. Jiang Hai also knew that this was a man-made fragrance. It was not good for the human body, but smelling this smell was better than smelling cattle farts. So I almost never enter our cattle shed. Even if I go in, I have to wear a mask. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai finally calmed down. Then he looked at the smiling Shinny Clive and shrugged. You still need to adapt early. Although Uncle Robbins is a good person, it is your own business after all. You have to know what to do. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Shinny Clive said with a chuckle, Of course. By the way, did you know? Some people say that the main reason for global warming is that cows fart too much. The farts of a few cows in a year are almost as much as the exhaust of a car. After hearing Shinny Clive's words, Jiang Hai smiled a little embarrassedly. He was a little embarrassed to be criticized by a beautiful woman, so he changed the topic. However, the change of topic was not ordinary. Shinny Clive didn't know how to respond to Jiang Hai's words. Should he talk about cattle farts? Stop joking. Fortunately, Shinny Clive knew Jiang Hai's personality, so he didn't care. To put it bluntly, Jiang Hai's personality was still a little chinibu. At least, he didn't show that he had superior EQ. It seemed that although the true Dragon Soul essence could strengthen his physique and memory, it didn't change his EQ. Seeing that Shinny Clive wasn't interested in talking about cattle farts, Jiang Hai didn't have much interest in talking about it. Jiang Hai also curled his lips. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with saying such things at this time, but it was a pity that he couldn't show off his knowledge. Then he covered his nose and walked into the cattle exhibition hall. When he first walked in, the smell was really choking, but after a short while, it was much better. The cattle exhibition hall was much more lively than the horse exhibition hall. There were more than 100 booths, but most of the booths were for private farms. There were only a few cows in total, but there were all kinds of different styles. In addition to the Angus cattle that Jiang Hai was very familiar with, there were many other types of beef cattle. There were Piedmont, Limousin, Simmenthal, Charolais, Hayford, and so on. In addition to beef cattle, there were also dairy cows and draft cattle. Although cattle were no longer used for farming in the United States, some people were still willing to collect draft cattle. Therefore, the cattle here were really diverse. Looking at the cattle in front of him, Jiang Hai also chatted with SH-20 Clive. While looking at the variety of cattle in front of him, suddenly, a cow entered his eyes. Yes, it was a cow, not a herd. This was because there was only one cow in the exhibition hall. This exhibition hall was definitely not small, and it wouldn't be a problem to hold a dozen cows. But this time, there was only one cow. But even so, this cow shed looked a lot more pocket-sized. Looking at the cow, Jiang Hai slowly walked over. This cow was very big and very tall, even taller than Jiang Hai. Its body length was also much longer than an ordinary cow. Jiang Hai looked at it and saw that it was about 3 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in thick fur, and there was a pair of small horns on its head. Although the horns were not big for its size, they were unusually sharp. Its pair of eyes stared warily at everyone, looking here and there. Is this American bison? Seeing this huge guy, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment. Then he asked Sage 20 Clive suspiciously because he seemed to have seen this guy in the zoo before. It was obviously not an ordinary domestic cow, so it must be a bison. It seems to be. SH20 Clive didn't specialize in cattle, but she was a primary school teacher. She led the children to the zoo, so naturally, she needed to explain. Looking at the cow in front of her, she was also a little uncertain. You guys really have good taste. This is indeed American bison, but it's not wild. The wild ones are all in Yellowstone Park. This one is an experimental animal that our school has raised privately. This time, we came to the exhibition mainly to raise funds to domesticate this kind of bison. Just when Jiang Hai and SH20 Clive were a little uncertain, a young man walked over from the side. Compared to the other people in the exhibition hall, who were either in suits or jeans, this person's clothes were much more ordinary. It was just a down jacket with a school emblem on his chest. Jiang Hai didn't know what the emblem represented, but SH20 Clive did. Hearing this person's words, she took the initiative to nod. Are you students from B City University? SH20 Clive looked at the person in front of her and asked curiously. Oh, yes, we are in ecology and evolution. Our research topic is the large-scale domestication of wild animals. Hearing Xanthi's words, the student immediately smiled and answered. It was an honor to answer a beauty's question. Chapter 129. Boston University, or BU for short, was founded in 1839. Most people's first impression of it would be that it was a public university, but that was not the case. It was actually a private university, and it was one of the top private universities in the world. It was also the third largest private university in the United States. It had a high academic reputation in the world, and it had always been in the top 100 in the world and the top 50 in North America. It was ranked 32nd in the world. It had produced 6 Nobel Prize winners and 22 Pulitzer Prize winners. The most famous alumnus was probably Martin Luther King, who loved to dream. Don't think that just because this university had produced so many Pulitzer Prize winners, it was just a journalism university. In fact, journalism wasn't a very important subject in this university. The subjects they were most proficient in were business, engineering, economics, and biomedical engineering. This subject could even be ranked in the top 10 in the United States. In the evaluation, ecology, evolution, and systems biology were ranked 6th in the United States. Of course, this had nothing to do with Jiang Hai. He did not have any interest in studying. However, he was very interested in this research because he knew that even domesticated beef cattle could not be compared to wild cattle. Firstly, there was a huge difference in weight. The heaviest bison in the United States could reach a ton. This was something that domestic beef cattle couldn't compare to. Secondly, this type of bison, even if it was domesticated, was still a bison. It was just like the wild boar in China. Even if it was domesticated, it was still a wild boar. Selling it would be expensive. Perhaps the price might not be high in the United States, but if it was sold in China, it would be very expensive. Once he said that it was wild beef, the already high price would at least double. At this time, Xanthi Clive was already a little tired. Compared to Jiang Hai, it was obvious that the big boy opposite him was more speechless. It was true that she was a teacher, but it did not mean that a teacher would like academic questions. Although she was not like those vain girls who would open their mouths to talk about branded clothes, good makeup products, jewelry, shoes, and so on, she was willing to listen to some romantic topics. Jiang Hai's bullsh tea was already cold enough. But this young man spoke even more coldly. What DNA? What helix? What chromosomal pairs? What XY? She listened to him in confusion, but this young man clearly talked about the field that he was best at, and there was no end to it. It would be rude to just walk away. So she hesitated for a while and decided to follow Jiang Hai. However, when she saw that Jiang Hai was looking at the cow, she deliberately walked over. Seeing that the goddess in front of them had only said a few words and then returned to the yellow man's side, the students here couldn't help but be a little speechless. There was no other way. People like them who engaged in research were also a kind of otaku. Obviously, they were not very good at observing women. Although Jiang Hai had such a character, at least he was more familiar with Xanthi Clive. Hey, isn't this the great manor owner? What's wrong? Are you interested in this cow? Unfortunately, it's not for sale. Just as the big boy did not know what to say, a few figures walked over from a distance. The person leading them was the guy Jiang Hai had seen in the restaurant today. He was from the Carlight Company. Beside him, in addition to the few people they met at noon, there were a few people wearing the same clothes as the boy in front of Jiang Hai. From the school badge on their chest, it could be seen that they were all from B City University. Our company invested in the development of this cow. In other words, this cow belongs to our company. Look at the surrounding cow sheets. 80% of them belong to our company. Unfortunately, there is no place for you here. What's the matter? You're so old that you can't sell it? Looking at Jiang Hai, the man said with a sour face, "What a pity. Although the cows here belong to your company, they don't seem to belong to you. His cows all belong to him. Are you standing here and talking like this because you envy him?" Hearing his words, Jiang Hai didn't have time to speak, but Cindy Clive, who was beside him, had already stood up, a trace of anger flashing across her face. From her point of view, this fellow had come to find fault with them, and it was somewhat baffling. Jiang Hai didn't even know him, but he kept coming here to make his presence known. His words were so sour. Who was he trying to convince? After being insulted by Jiang Hai, he still came here to show off. She really didn't know where his sense of superiority came from. In terms of size, he wasn't as good as Jiang Hai, and in terms of money, he was even worse. Jiang Hai had a manor worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And this guy was just a worker, so why was he showing off here? Even SH-20 Clive couldn't stand it anymore. She walked to the front and said to the man, "I envy him. What do I envy him for? He's just a country bumpkin." Hearing Xanthi's words, the man couldn't help but be speechless for a while. After he finished speaking, he whispered something in a low voice. But this sentence was heard by Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai was a pure Northeastern man. Northeastern men were particular about fighting, not quarreling. This guy's words were originally sour, which made Jiang Hai a little unhappy. And now, this guy actually dared to talk about him in front of his face. How could he endure it? Jiang Hai's temper wasn't very good, so he took a big stride and directly arrived in front of this person. In front of everyone's eyes, Jiang Hai grabbed this guy's collar and directly lifted him up. Feeling the strength of Jiang Hai's steel-like arm, this guy was somewhat stunned. He grabbed Jiang Hai's arm with one hand while his other hand was constantly waving in the air. What are you doing? Put me down, security, security." Hearing his exclamation, several security guards, who were watching in the distance, quickly ran over at this time. As for the researchers and students around him, they were a little confused. It was not an exaggeration to say that these students were straight-A students. However, straight-A students were more focused on their studies and not on fighting. When they saw such a thing, they could not wait to avoid it. How could they go forward? "He called me a country bumpkin. I heard it. Can I sue him?" Jiang Hai looked at the guy who kept struggling in his hand, sneered, then turned his head and said to SH-20 Clive, "It seems that you can't, but if you teach him a lesson, you probably only need to pay some medical expenses." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Xanthi also smiled and said slowly, but although she said that, she winked at Jiang Hai. "Oh, I see. It's a pity that I lack everything but money." Staring at the person in front of him, Jiang Hai sighed. In the United States, where everything can be related to race, it's not illegal to call someone a country bumpkin. Jiang Hai really felt that he was a dog. But to teach a lesson to this snobbish guy, It wasn't as simple as what Sandy said. What she said was more for this guy to hear. She winked at Jiang Hai, telling him that if Jiang Hai really hit him, then it might not be as simple as what she said. Jiang Hai didn't think that Sandy would be able to teach him a lesson. After all, Jiang Hai just got his green card. If he gets involved in any violent conflict, it won't be good for Jiang Hai. Sir, please calm down. Let go of the person in your hand, otherwise we will call the police. At this time, the security guards over there also quickly ran over, but they didn't dare to act rashly. The security guard in the United States believe that work is work, life is life. Work is only for making money, and it's not worth it to lose your life for money. So after these people surrounded Jiang Hai, they didn't say much, they just persuaded Jiang Hai to let go. Boring. Looking at the security guard around him, Jiang Hai curled his lips. He originally thought that these guys would directly rush over. Now it seems that these guys have no guts, but he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. He directly let go of the man and pushed him away. The man was in midair, so where could he borrow strength from? He was directly pushed to the ground by Jiang Hai, falling heavily on his butt. You barbarian, you country bumpkin, I want to sue you. Feeling the pain in his butt, the most important thing is that he lost all his face this time. At this time, the man couldn't help but jump up, covering his painful butt with one hand, and shouted while jumping. Whatever. Jiang Hai, just push him like this. It's not even a slight injury. The police won't care about it. You're a barbarian. You're a butcher. You yellow. Cough, as long as I'm still in the company. You can't sell a cow. Don't think about it. Seeing Jiang Hai's indifferent look, the guy couldn't help but curse. But halfway through, he just came out with the word Yilu, and he stopped in time because he remembered that this guy just asked the beautiful woman beside him if what he said was racial discrimination. Originally, country bumpkin didn't count, but if he finished this sentence, then it would count. At the same time, he also saw the coldness in Jiang Hai's eyes, which made him stop his words in time and attack Jiang Hai's cow. In his opinion, Jiang Hai's cow is good, but it is destined that this cow can't be sold after offending him. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Can't sell? That's if it's of the same quality as this guy's cow. It can't be sold. But is Jiang Hai's cow of the same quality as him? Don't joke, Jiang Hai's cow. Just looking at the meat, even the Japanese Wagyu cattle may not be comparable to him, let alone these free-range cows in the United States. Do you want to bet? Squinting, Jiang Hai looked at the guy in front of him and said with disdain. Chapter 130. Bet. What bet? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the man shut his mouth for the time being and asked hesitantly, Let's bet on whose cow will be the winner of the New York Livestock Exhibition in April. If your company wins, I'll personally lose $1 million to you. If my cow wins, then I'm sorry, you'll lose $1 million to me. If you don't have the money to pay, then you'll have to kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Jiang Hai smiled disdainfully at the man in front of him. $1 million? Hearing these words, many of the onlookers gasped. Well, they didn't think that the bet would be so big. Many of the onlookers nearby were ordinary farm owners. Although they weren't considered poor farmers in the United States, they were still considered middle class. After deducting the taxes they had to pay every year, it would be good if they had $40,000 or $50,000 left. Even if they made $50,000 a year, it would take 20 years to earn back $1 million. Ever since the United States started to control the exchange rate of the dollar, there have been no more problems with inflation. It was very likely that the value of $1 million now would be the same as 10 or 20 years later. In other words, it was pure profit. Thinking of this, these people all looked at the Cartwright Company's employee. In their eyes, this $1 million was pure profit for Cartwright Company. After all, they had been the winner of the New York Livestock Exhibition for 3 consecutive years. This was practically free money. Obviously, they didn't think that Jiang Hai could raise more than a middleman like Cartwright. But this employee didn't think so. He was very cautious. First, he was tempted by the $1 million. Second, he was worried about what he would do if he lost. He definitely couldn't afford $1 million, and the company definitely wouldn't pay $1 million for him. But if he had to kneel down and kowtow, he wouldn't be willing no matter what. In a democratic country like the United States, although the thing people worshiped the most was money, they wouldn't be willing to give up their self-esteem and kneel down and kowtow unless they were forced to. Therefore, he was still struggling. Looking at Jiang Hai's eyes, he was hesitant and hesitant. Hey, Paul, what are you hesitating for? This guy is giving you money for free. There's no reason for you not to accept it. That's right. You're too timid. Young man, if he doesn't want to bet with you, I'll bet with you. 1 million. How long will it take you to earn that much money? What's there to hesitate about? Seeing him hesitating, some people who were familiar with him started to shout loudly. Hearing these people's words, Paul licked his lips with hesitation as his eyes turned firm at once. Okay, I'll bet with you. Looking at Jiang Hai in front of him, Paul shouted. Hearing that, Jiang Hai shrugged too. It was fine for him to gamble. He wasn't doing it for the $1 million, but to prove himself. This guy dared to be so arrogant in front of him. If he didn't step on him, who would he step on? After this person agreed, some busybodies pulled over a lawyer on the spot. After all, this was an exhibition, and it was also for sales. Since it was for sales, a contract had to be signed. When signing the contract, the lawyer must be present. Now that Jiang Hai and this guy named Paul had a bet, naturally, the lawyer had to sign the agreement to take effect. After the lawyer came to ask for the opinions of both sides, he didn't say much and directly drafted an agreement. Here, it can't be called a bet. It can only be called an agreement. Then, Jiang Hai and this person signed their respective agreements. The two agreed that if the Cartwright Company's cattle won the top bid at the New York Livestock Exhibition in April this year, Jiang Hai would give Paul K. $1 million, effective immediately. If the cattle from Jiang Hai's manor won the top bid, Paul K. would give Jiang Hai $1 million, effective immediately. There were 3 copies of the agreement. Jiang Hai and K. each held one, and the lawyer kept the other. After everything was done, Jiang Hai and SH-20 Clive didn't want to continue looking. After all, according to Paul K., 80% of the shops here belonged to his company. Jiang Hai didn't want to be pointed at here and unable to buy anything. Rather than that, it was better to just leave. So, Jiang Hai didn't hesitate and directly left. After the two walked out of the exhibition hall, Jiang Hai originally wanted to go home directly. But when he looked at the time, it was only 2 in the afternoon. It was still early. If he went back now, he didn't know if Luo Binci and the others had returned. So his originally extinguished idea of going to see his school was reignited. Anyway, we have nothing to do now. Let's go see the nearby schools. Jiang Hai glanced at SH-20 Clive and said to her. When she heard Jiang Hai's words, Sandy, who was originally a little worried about whether Jiang Hai would lose, couldn't help but be taken aback. It seems that you don't care about your bet this time. Okay, let's go. SH-20 Clive gently shook her head and smiled at Jiang Hai. Then the two stepped into the car parked at the entrance of the exhibition and headed to Cambridge. Cambridge was a city, and though it was, in a broad sense, in Boston, it was a very different city from Boston, geographically and in the reports of the city opposite Boston on the other side of the Charles River. However, although this city wasn't big, and its population was only about 100,000, it was quite famous in the United States and even the world. This was because there were 2 universities here, 2 super universities. One of them was the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Perhaps everyone was a little confused when they said this name. Massachusetts, some people in China also called it Massachusetts. And this state's Institute of Technology was the legendary Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the most powerful existence in science and engineering. The other university is Harvard University, a giant in the education world. Other universities can't wait to let the world know about the President of the United States. But Harvard University has produced 8 presidents of the United States. Among them, the current president is from Harvard University. The number of Nobel Prize winners here is also in the hundreds of thousands or millions. Famous alumni, such as Bill Gates and Roosevelt, have all studied here. Of course, everyone knows that Bill Gates is not a good student, but he is famous. Driving, Not long after, the two arrived at this famous university. But to be honest, when walking into this university, Jiang Hai did not feel anything different. It may be because he really has no love for learning, or it may be because it is winter and there is snow everywhere. Of course, it may also be because it is the holiday now and there are not many students in the university. So, what he has read in novels before, such as the overwhelming academic atmosphere, the soul-shaking ethereal school, and the touching cultural accomplishment, there are none at all. Jiang Hai just walked around and saw some landmark buildings at the same time. He used his mobile phone to take a photo with them and sent it to his circle of friends. Recently, he almost didn't go on QQ much. He used WeChat more often, and his WeChat friends, there are not many. In addition to his friends, there are only a few junior high school and high school classmates that he hardly contacted. In total, there are only a dozen people. It looks really lonely. Phew, we should go too. After taking the last photo, Jiang Hai couldn't help but take a look at the time. Although he didn't like to visit the university, since he visited, he should visit the places that should be visited. So unknowingly, although it was just walking around the main campus, it took him nearly 2 hours. There is no other way. Harvard is really not small. The entire campus area is 4,882 acres. Just the main campus alone is 224 acres. They walked around the main campus for nearly an hour. They just roughly looked at the other places, and the sky was already a little dark. Looking at the time on his mobile phone, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Jiang Hai exhaled a breath of hot air and said to Xanthi Clay. Just now, he had received a call from Luo Binsi, and they had already returned. As for the task that Jiang Hai gave them, the lobster, there was naturally no problem. Today, their luck was quite good. Not only did they catch the lobster that Jiang Hai wanted, but they also caught a lot of prawns, crabs, and other things. This also allowed Jiang Hai's fishermen to have a preliminary understanding of Jiang Hai's fishing ground. When natural resources were extremely scarce outside, Jiang Hai's fishing ground was really a paradise. However, Jiang Hai was not the only one who wanted to enter the paradise. Luo Binsi also told Jiang Hai that when they were patrolling today, they saw a fishing boat in the distance. But when the fishing boat saw Luo Binsi, it quickly fled. However, it also reminded Jiang Hai that it seems that someone has been eyeing his fishing ground. Although it is possible to use a boat to patrol, after all, it takes too long, and it is easy for others to take advantage of the loopholes. After Jiang Hai answered the phone, he was already thinking about buying a helicopter and a small agricultural plane. Even if it is just for patrolling, it is worth buying this thing. Of course, even if he wants to buy it, it will have to be tomorrow. He still has guests today. And okay. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Shinny Clive, who had just helped Jiang Hai take a photo, also smiled and said. Then, she walked behind Jiang Hai and walked out of the school. But just as the two walked out of the school gate, suddenly, a somewhat reckless figure rushed from the street in the distance. Jiang Hai's reaction was extremely fast. He dodged immediately, but after dodging, he remembered that Shinny Clive was still by his side, so he immediately pulled her, but he was still a bit late. Although he pulled her body over, this person still bumped into his shoulder. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.